tomar asiento. Buenos días, señoras delegadas y señores delegados, autoridades nacionales en materia de cooperación internacional de los países de América Latina y el Caribe, amigas y amigos. Vamos a proceder entonces a la inauguración de la primera reunión de la mesa directiva de la Conferencia Regional sobre Cooperación Sur-Sur de América Latina y el Caribe, con las intervenciones de Luis Yáñez, secretario de la Comisión de la CEPAL, y de Mateo Estremé, director general de Cooperación Internacional del Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores, Comercio Internacional y Culto de la Argentina, país que ejerce la presidencia de la mesa directiva de la conferencia. En primer lugar, me es grato ofrecer la palabra a Luis Yáñez, secretario de la Comisión de la CEPAL.
Muchas gracias, estimado Mateo Estremé, encantado de tenerte acá, director general de Cooperación Internacional del Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores, Comercio Internacional y Culto de la Argentina, país que ejerce la presidencia de esta conferencia. Saludo a las vicepresidencias de la mesa directiva que nos acompañan: Brasil, Colombia, Cuba, Chile, Ecuador, España, México y Uruguay. Muchas gracias por estar acá. Me complace darles la bienvenida a esta primera reunión de la mesa directiva de la cooperación regional sobre cooperación sur-sur. Como recordarán, en mayo del año 2023 celebramos aquí en la CEPAL la primera reunión de la Conferencia Regional sobre Cooperación Sur-Sur. Estamos entonces construyendo paso a paso un nuevo espacio institucional multilateral en la CEPAL y agradecemos a los países por su compromiso en esta importante tarea. El objetivo de esta reunión de la mesa directiva es dar seguimiento a los párrafos 4 y 5 de la primera resolución que adoptó esta conferencia. Es por ello que hoy queremos centrarnos en reflexionar en torno a la valoración y evaluación de la cooperación sur-sur y triangular, así como sobre la cooperación multiactor, como oportunidad para la cooperación internacional para el desarrollo y la importancia de establecer y fortalecer nuevas alianzas. Respecto a la valoración y evaluación de la cooperación sur-sur y triangular, lo reconocemos como un viejo tema. La Secretaría, para facilitar la discusión, ha preparado un documento de referencia titulado Camino hacia la evaluación de impacto de la cooperación en el marco de las reuniones intergubernamentales de la CEPAL, donde intentamos recoger el camino recorrido y las preocupaciones que los países han ido manifestando a lo largo ya de varios años. Es hora entonces de identificar criterios comunes que orienten la evaluación
common
de
criteria guiding the impact
Debemos
assessment of that in the region. We need to identify quality variables of projects and programs on the amount of these, and the evaluation of South-South cooperation always within the framework of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Likewise, it is necessary to consider costs of monitoring follow-up in the design and evaluation of projects, understanding that they need to account for processes before going on to outcomes. As to the multi-stakeholder synergies and associations of South-South and triangular cooperation in the continent, it's imperative that cooperation for development should include all players, and we refer to states, development bankers, private sector, civil society, local governments, academia, among others. It is key to identify experiences and keys for new and diverse forms of dialogue and understanding of non-state and state dialogue. We expect that this will promote multi-stakeholders resolutions and in the recognition, exchange of experiences, technical advisory, implementation of specific projects, among others. Dear friends, currently Latin America and the Caribbean is in an economic and social situation that's very different than the one when 2030 agenda was adopted. The region is not the same one as when it was declared as the Decade for Action for Sustainable Development Goals, nor when the high-level meeting was held on South Cooperation Power Plus 40 in Buenos Aires. As ECLAC has said, the region has been subject in recent years to a cascade crisis that has given rise to what has been identified as three main traps that we need to remove. One, of low growth. Two, of high inequality. Three, of low institutional and governance capacities. In connection with the first one, we can verify that between 2014 to 2023, the region in average grew 0.8%. This is even less than half of what the region grew in the lost decade of 1980, with the enormous consequences of rising poverty, inequality of the region. The question then we raise, how can we avoid a new lost decade in the region? The high inequality and low social mobility trap is exacerbated by six main causes: the low growth, structural heterogeneity, deficiencies in education and training, gender inequality, low dynamism of employment, regressive tax systems, and social policies with weakness, and a trap of low capacity for governance, not effective in order to face the magnitude of development challenges in the region. It's not enough to diagnose and say what to do, but we need to pay special attention to the hows and how to develop institutional capacities that countries need urgently. As you know, in September of this year, in New York, there will be the Summit of the Future to be held, reaffirming the UN Charter, revitalize multilateralism, and agree on concrete solutions for the challenges and restore trust among member states. During the summit, another aspect to be addressed is innovation, science, digital cooperation, financing development, international security, and transformation of global governance. International cooperation plays a key role in that. It has been a driving force of the social and economic progress in the world and has been central to our region in the advance of social and economic trends in medium and long term. Cooperation for development is key in order to strengthen regional and international cooperation and in order to face global and local crises. Hopefully, the debate of today will lead to work agreements, strengthening cooperation links, and promoting one voice of Latin America and the Caribbean, especially vis-a-vis the Summit of the Future. Also, we have the task of having the second meeting on South-South cooperation in 2025. And we hope that the reflections, concerns, and results of today, as well as the results of the summit of September, will allow us, from the perspective of cooperation, accelerate our step forward to implementing the 2030 agenda. Then, finally, I want to thank the leadership of Argentina, as chair gave us a wonderful startup of all these debates in the South-South cooperation, and I recognize now in order to open this conference.
Thank you very much, my dear Luis. It is a pleasure. Well, I say good morning to all delegates, and it is a pleasure to be here today. And first of all, I would like to thank the Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, José Manuel Salazar Sirinax, and of course, the Secretary of ECLAC, Luis Yáñez, Enrique Oviedo, and the entire team for organizing this event, and in particular for the constant work and commitment shown throughout this time, continuing to deepen work by ECLAC in terms of cooperation. So thank you very, very much on behalf of Argentina and all of the member states present here. I would also like to thank the countries that have accompanied Argentina in the chair of the regional conference, and Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Cuba, Ecuador, Spain, Mexico, and Uruguay. Thank you very much for all the support given to us throughout this time while we have held the presidency. And of course, the panelists of today, and who will enrich us with their contributions on the two topics to be addressed, and all participants in person as well as online at this activity. As we all know, South-South cooperation has many rich modalities for exchange and shows the mutual solidarity among countries of the South. And throughout these years has consolidated as an essential element of international cooperation for development. South-South cooperation has proven to be essential for progress in sustainable development, in social dimensions, environmental and economic as well, and fosters inclusive development and sustainable economic growth, and also plays a crucial role in encouraging employment and regional integration. However, to see the very strong effect of South-South cooperation, it is required for countries to have systems to measure and assess this, and have consensus in terms of the region at the more multilateral level, global level. Having a common system to measure and assess is something that puts up or adds value to the resources that with great effort the countries around this table have dedicated to South-South cooperation. Likewise, it is an instrument that strengthens public policy and directs decision-making and allows explaining inward within our countries and also outward the destination of these resources, and allows having a common narrative regarding cooperation and its impact at regional level, and strengthens the position of South-South cooperation in the international agenda. And in this sense, I would like to highlight the role that Latin America and the Caribbean have within this framework, and where our cooperation agencies, our cooperation work throughout these years have enabled us becoming a very relevant player in terms of South-South cooperation. A benchmark worldwide. And so Argentina celebrates the efforts made in this direction related to the assessment and the impact and the progress of the working group comprised by countries of the Global South, several of these in the region, and who are present here at this meeting, with the support by UNCTAD and ECLAC, have achieved. Specifically, the manual that was recently presented at Doha, we believe that is a substantive development. That manual will help us, countries such as Argentina and many of us represented at this meeting, to organize internally in order to measure and better visualize South-South cooperation. Likewise, in understanding this as a supplementary tool, we highlight the achievements in the sense of measuring and reporting cooperation within this framework. And in the tenor of within the framework of this discussion, and this is no less important, we highlight the relevance of assessing the resources and have systems to measure South-South cooperation, which will allow us to create a system based on its specificities, which is different to North-South cooperation and other cooperation modalities. It is here specifically where Argentina has made a contribution that we consider could be relevant to our discussions, and that we have done together with experts at the National University of San Martin in Argentina, which has to do with a methodology for modular assessment. And during this meeting, we will be able to review the methodology, and that will be shared by an expert from Argentina from the National University of San Martin during one of the panels that we will be having today. In Argentina, it's the disposal of all countries to have additional instances to deepen into this methodology. But without a doubt, in order to strengthen the methodologies and the individual and regional capacities, it is absolutely necessary to have instances for discussion and debate, such as today. And ECLAC is the most propitious place to do it. And so, with this first version now, and then later the second this year, or next year rather, 2025, and also to have training and initiatives to exchange experiences. So, in the current scenario of sustainable development, new global challenges and opportunities coexist for all our countries. In broad terms, governments, international agencies all agree that to face this challenge within a multi-dimensional context characterized by increasing interdependence in economic, social, and environmental terms, it will be necessary to build and promote sound partnerships, inclusive, integrated at all levels. There is a very ambitious global commitment with the promotion of sustainable development that requires of a multi-sectoral alliance revitalized. The achievement of this will only be possible if you add up the strengths and capacities of everyone, all stakeholders. And in this context, the non-government players such as the civil society, the private sector, and academia have an essential role to play. And it's in this sense that we invite to revitalize partnerships, alliances, and in particular, all the various stakeholders who take part in this development process to determine agreements, synergies, in order to create multi-stakeholder ecosystems, and where the various experiences and resources that each one has will become instruments for innovative action. The multi-stakeholder approach has very relevant repercussions for international cooperation and South-South cooperation. And in this sense, we must continue to deepen this approach. Argentina considers that it is crucial to deepen the alliances among different stakeholders in order to encourage cooperation, understanding that the projects carried out through these alliances pick up different approaches. They are more inclusive in their perspective in general and also add resources. Likewise, the proposal has been to carry out projects that, in addition to having multi-stakeholder players, and they align technical issues with foreign policy, and that result in greater benefits for both the offeree as well as the receiver. It requires of leaving certain spaces of work that we have grown used to and update our approach, understanding and adopting the view of other stakeholders of different natures and adapting them to the South-South cooperation. This new way of work that is a priority for our country may continue to deepen the connection among countries of the region in order to contribute to the development of people here. We are represented countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, but also countries that are not of the region. And I would like to say how we greatly appreciate the efforts made by these countries in terms of bilateral cooperation, but above all, from the viewpoint of my country, in terms of triangular cooperation. And so I would like to recognize Spain in launching this new initiative, triangular cooperation, and of course what Germany does, as well as other countries that cooperate with our region in achieving the development goals. And so I would like to invite you to an open and enriching conversation, sharing experiences, and to continue along this path that we have started out on together, not only in terms of exchanging views in relation to South-South cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean, but also too through the methodologies that we will be talking about today and that we will use to deepen our understanding, achieve a greater regional integration, and where South-South cooperation among countries in Latin America and the Caribbean should have the role that should be sought by all countries. So thank you all very much once again. I thank ECLAC very much. And we are extremely pleased to be here in Santiago de Chile for this meeting. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Mateo Esteme. And so we close this first meeting, the inauguration of this first meeting of presiding officers of the Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean. Delegates, you have before you the document called Provisional Agenda, and that I submit to you for your consideration. I'd clarify that the delegations may make observations or adopt the agenda as it stands. Well, if there are no comments, we will take the agenda as adopted, and that is what will guide our work today. Well, we will now break for coffee until 11 o'clock, and we will resume our work at 11 a.m. with the first segment on the cooperation, an assessment and cooperation of South-South cooperation.
ahí el otro tema. No sé, también enseñado si tienes más que ver con eso.
Hola, vamos a...
We shall start with our table. If you can please take your seats.
Bueno, muy bien, vamos a continuar entonces.
We shall continue with this meeting. We have approved the agenda. And for this meeting, ECLAC, as a secretariat for this conference, has prepared a document of reference towards the cooperation and impact assessment in the framework of the intergovernmental meetings on South-South cooperation of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. The document is LC-MDSS1-DDR, is at your disposal. I leave with you Enrique Oviedo, Political Affairs Officer in the Office of the Secretary of the Commission, whom shall moderate the table on evaluation valoration of the cooperation South-South and Triangular. Thank you. Due to time, we shall start with the presentations in the first place. Luisa Lopez da Silva, Deputy Director of the Brazilian Cooperation Agency, Brazil, has the floor. Thank you, Mr. Oviedo. Good morning to you all. It is a satisfaction to participate in this technical meeting of the group. And I also would like to thank for the invitation Brazil to speak about one of its favorite subjects. Brazil has been for many years involved in this subject matter for different reasons. In this sense, we shall give a brief presentation for which I am very optimistic is how Brazil sees the perspectives so that the cooperation South-South should get together with the rest of the ways of international cooperation that have been measured and quantified some years ago. We say that in the near future, the South-South cooperation will add to the official help for development and research for development, allowing that there should have a global view of the three main ways of the cooperation flows. It is important to maintain clear that the measurement of these three types of cooperation occurred in the case of the South-South at different moments in time and naturally, because the ODS started very early in the 60s, and it has been working for a number of decades now. In the 60s, we still didn't have the technical cooperation consolidated amongst developing countries that became the South-South cooperation. The cooperation for investments was started in the years 80s.
While we went forward with these steps, we started to build our horizontal cooperation amongst developing countries. So we started later on. But on what is positive, we have already found a scenario that is advanced with many organs that have experience and are now our partners in the construction of our own way of measurement for our South-South cooperation. For Brazil, we have important frameworks of this road we are following. One was the first conference on South-South cooperation in Nairobi, 2009. And in 2020, that for us was very important in the mapping process and the examination of indicators for the SDGs. We verified that the South-South cooperation didn't have a quantification method for the specific indicators, number 17, referring to the three ways of cooperation that existed: development, investment, and South-South cooperation according to their budget. From the view of Brazil, the approval of the detail of SDG 17 was a framework, as it had the potential of strengthening the global aspects for sustainable development. The idea that the implementation of SDGs needed a cooperation and international association. It was for the direct objectives, we had this consequence that was parallel to launch and place in movement this initiative that we were yet examining with the best ways to start. It accelerated the process, and we consider this very positive. We must recall that amongst the indicators of SDG 17, we find the alliances reached amongst the different entities that are interested, the objectives fulfilled, and this involves survey activities, development, and expenditure dedicated to sustainable development. It was the first time that the quantification of South-South cooperation was considered in an official document. According to Brazil, we must make use in the best way possible this scenario that is so favorable to set forward in this sector. At the end of 2020, we are now speaking about the recent past now. Brazil, through our Agency for Cooperation in Brazil, was a volunteer for the development and proposal of the quantification model for the South-South cooperation. Our agency developed the first version of the model and searched for a link with Mexico, as well as Brazil was representing Latin America in the Commission of Statistics of the United Nations, a role that was very important for this work. And then it was the other developing country, southern country, that publishes reports on a regular basis of the quantification of their actions of South-South cooperation. Aside from Brazil, these two were the pilots of this study. The model conceived by our agency with technical cooperation that is very important has worked in different levels and was approved at the 53rd meeting of the Committee of Statistics of the United Nations 2 years ago, 2022, and for its validation. In turn, they received the mandate of being the custody agency of future quantitative data that will be collected with the South-South Cooperation System. The Economic Regional Commissions of the United Nations, as an example, ECLAC, cooperated with this process, offering technical training in public statistics for the countries that indicated this need. The testing phase and evaluation was started mid-2022, and it must go on until 2026. UNCTAD has obtained financing for the project that will support the training of developing countries in such a way that they can carry out the application of the model of quantification in the South-South Cooperation. Countries with more experience in this field till this moment, as is the case of Brazil, Mexico, and briefly we will have many others, that are already offering technical support for the countries that are interested in developing capacities of the registry of data on cooperation initiatives South-South. The measurement of cooperation will be the objective of this cooperation, and this has a lot of meaning for us in Latin America and the Caribbean, Mexico, Brazil, and now also Colombia more recently are involved in this initiative. Another 4 countries have manifested recently interest in participating, which is Peru, Ecuador, the Dominican Republic, and Argentina. Briefly, we will have 7 countries directly involved, and obviously this process is open to all those that wish to adhere are welcome. I will quickly speak about the Brazilian experience, how we have worked in this area. In 2008, Brazil was preparing for the participation of a meeting of ministers and high cooperation officers for the G8 in Tokyo. We made a great effort to carry data to the meeting that were more complete. In an artisanal fashion, we gathered from different ministries that are involved with international cooperation, and we drew the data, and this was a first experience done by hand, one might say. It was so well received by the presidency in our government that they referred to the Applied Institute of Economy, a new function starting from there to collect and evaluate this data. The fact that Brazil was rapporteur was a very happy coincidence of an individual need in our ministry and the view that was very intelligent of our chair of the different contributions that this effort would bring us. In 2009, the following year, we elaborated with the idea of this Institute of Survey of Brazil, the first cooperation in Brazil for international development. Hence, we have this agency that allows us to develop work very broadly, dealing with survey and the aggregation of data and all the international Brazilian cooperation. In the international sphere, we considered that This was just the case of Brazil to explain why we started early with this effort. In the international sphere, we considered 2020 as a framework in this effort. A group of experts, interagencies of the United Nations, that met to discuss the indicators, saw there was a gap in the offices in 2017, offices that measured data of different areas. And for this, they created a subgroup of experts in statistics so as to discuss how to include the South-South cooperation in this report that would be made. At the end of 2020, Brazil, through a partnership with the government of Mexico, offered as volunteer for the elaboration of a proposal of the quantification of the South-South cooperation. This initiative of Brazil and Mexico received the support of UNCTAD, and as a result of the work, they elaborated a conceptual framework to value the result of the meetings developed by Brazil in July 2023 and in June 2024 that have been mentioned by the chairperson of the meeting in his opening session. The guidelines we have today to examine was made with the active participation of specialists of the Brazilian Institute IPER and the other that I have not mentioned, IBG of Statistics, by Brazil and Mexico. Amongst the Latin American participants of the initiative to this moment, and I stress to this moment, for we're here to attract more partners. We have Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Mexico, Peru, and the Dominican Republic. The regional committees of the United Nations reaffirm constantly their availability in supporting this process, offering organization of the exchanges of training for those countries that wish to start to quantify their cooperation actions in the South-South area.
The purpose will be to close the gaps that still exist regarding the indicators measuring the goals associated to the SDGs. ABC has developed the first version of the model and always trying to be in coordination with Mexico. We hope in the coming months to include other countries as well that might volunteer for this effort. Right now, the model conceived by the two countries has worked at different levels and has been approved in the 53 meeting of the Statistics Commission of United Nations of 2022. UNCTAD is already complying with its part and will be the technical secretariat of the process, which includes doing projects to provide technical training in information management for the interested countries. In the future, UNCTAD will need to host the data platform to systematize the information that it will be receiving from the countries that provide South-South cooperation. And regarding financial costs associated to this future platform, this is still under discussion, because before it was necessary to consolidate the framework, which is the indispensable stage to be able to define the exact profile and the best adapted profile to the future platform with its costs. To conclude, I would just like to mention that amongst the pioneers of the measurement of South-South cooperation, we had CEGIP. In 2003, they were the pioneers, and a report of Latin American technical cooperation was drafted. This regional body will also provide important support. Well, with this retrospective perspective and the advances that we have attained so far, we can look at our new future. And on the side of Brazil, we are very satisfied to see more and more countries adhering to this effort. And we're also very happy that we will have ECLAC support for the development of quantification training. And we hope that all the countries that wish so will be in a position to join the initiative of quantification. Brazil, on its side, will support in any way possible the efforts under development, will support the need for knowledge, and here we offer Brazilian technical cooperation in this field to the countries of the region through all the possibilities of sharing, data collection, and coordination amongst the bodies involved. I would like to conclude with this brief report on the advances from the Brazilian perspective, and we are available to continue to work together. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Luisa Lopez da Silva, for your presentation. And we are happy about the progress made in this field. In the second place, we have Enrique Ofarro, the Executive Director of the Chilean Agency for International Cooperation for Development, AGCID, AGCID. In the first place, I would like to read all of those that participate in this meeting and thank ECLAC, our host. I have a brief presentation, and I would like to accept the offering from Brazil for technical cooperation. I think it would be very good for us in Chile to receive those experiences. Then I would like to mention that I will speak about valuation in the sense of some progress we've made and that we would like to underline. Since the first meeting of the Regional Conference of South-South Cooperation, and then speak briefly about the ongoing work. This is an ongoing work from the Chilean Agency of Cooperation for Development in the sense of quantifying the cooperation we provide. These are the two areas. In 2023, we had the opportunity of discussing during the first meeting in the Conference of South-South Cooperation that was held here at ECLAC in Santiago. And at that point in time, the meeting was oriented towards strengthening the cooperation to advance in the 2030 agenda. During the meeting, several dialogue sessions took place. We discussed there about South-South and triangular cooperation and natural disaster management and the mechanisms to strengthen the cooperation. One of the main results of the meeting of that conference was Resolution 1, which invited countries to explore innovative mechanisms of cooperation beyond the traditional criteria based on per capita GDP with vulnerability and development measurements. Also, creating synergies with other bodies of ECLAC and integrating development banks from the civil society and private sector. Regarding these topics with which we dealt then, I would like to mention two aspects which we believe are signs of progress. First, in November 2023, the meeting on cooperation and foreign policy in South America for gender equality. Then recommendations were made indicating that to move to a substantive equality and reach the 2030 agenda, there were four issues we had to deal with: the persistence of poverty, patriarchal, discriminatory, and violent patterns, and the prevalence of privilege culture, and the unfair care jobs. The cross-cutting gender perspective in South-South cooperation, North-South cooperation, and triangular cooperation was only starting. We saw the importance of prioritizing topics and introduce those that introduce structural changes: energy transition, commerce, science and technology, national system of care, women, and climate action, amongst others. Also, the importance of the production of indicators and data representing the results of policies towards gender equality. Also, the need of mainstreaming gender perspective was included, as well as doing efforts to imply the academic world, the private sector, and the organization of the civil societies in gender equality in the different modalities of cooperation. The improving the quality of data was also mentioned in cooperation projects in order to contribute to decision making, as well as developing cooperation budgets with gender perspectives. As we said then, the Executive Secretary of ECLAC quotes, "To invest in gender equality and care society is a must economically and ethically to ensure progress towards sustainable development in a context of crisis that threatens with deepening historic inequalities." We need to break the vicious circle of exclusion and inequality. We believe it's a very positive sign that an important group of countries of the region, as shown by that conference, shows interest and gives priority to this development perspective aspect, women. We need to identify problems aimed towards specific populations and implement means to participate not only in the effort to reach development, but also in the benefits in economic, cultural, rights, and opportunity terms. To value the cooperation for development between southern countries implies discussing multivariate analysis included in the process, plus appreciating the necessary means to exchange experiences, methodologies, strategies, and public policies, enabling all bodies aimed towards international cooperation to estimate their investment and the impact of that investment. We need to underline the efforts carried out by different countries for the gender perspective in international cooperation and insist on a greater investment in gender issues to decrease the asymmetry existing between men and women. In specific terms, that this AGCIP has been improving a methodology to appreciate the Chilean cooperation to this to these actions, and we have vaccine for these purposes. When we assess our work, we try to answer the following questions. One, why to value our cooperation? Cooperation is crucial to analyze the impact of our cooperation at international level and involve other development agents. Sustainability of the methodology. The methodology to value South-South cooperation is simple and based on continuous and economic aspects. We need accede and public agencies involvement. What do we have available? We have internal systematized information complemented with official information from the state and files completed by the private sector. What do we value of international cooperation from Chile? For technical transfer, the methodology considers direct and indirect cost of vaccine, the valuation of the technical hours of the professionals of the public sector, the contribution of the academy or private sector, and then we can estimate the total contribution of the project. Human capital, we consider the direct and indirect cost of our agency, the real academic costs, and the national institutions cooperation. So we value the factors described, that is the total of mobilized resources and the capacities of professionals and institutions. These capacities are key to leverage new resources and additional resources, which is translated in a greater capacity of supply for our cooperation. Finally, I believe it is important to underline the cooperation for the coming years recently approved in Chile. Chile, during the last decades, has developed efforts to foster this South-South and triangular cooperation, moving towards an international program for an internationally integrated program. We have a cooperation of international cooperation in the orientation of foreign policy for Chile. Also, the country has promoted convergences to face global challenges, recognizing the peculiarities and development processes of each country. All these elements are part of the new cooperation process. So the Chilean cooperation has advanced qualitatively for the foreign policy of the country, so there's a greater impact of a deployment. When evaluating cooperation, we have to take care of the qualitative aspects. It's different when the cooperation is carried out on behalf of the foreign policy of a country. I take advantage to mention that, as done by most Ibero-American countries, we report to CEGIP, but we also report to OECD, and we are participating in the total official support that shows D. We participate critically, but we participate. In broad terms,
we favor the creation of new metrics and well-being indicators, but also the need of including new players, new tools, and realities to implement international cooperation adapted to the new regional and global context in order to turn transition development, a situation in which Chile is in development for action. We have promoted the establishment of associations for development with all our partners. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Enrique.
Thank you, Enrique. I now give the floor to Colombia. I understand it is going to be presented by Diana Alexandra Medina, Third Secretary in charge of coordinating with ECLAC on matters of South-South and triangular cooperation in the Office of International Cooperation of Colombia and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and Monica Barrios, Coordinator for Latin America and the Caribbean at the Presidential Agency for International Cooperation of Colombia. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Luis Yañez, Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. Mr. Mateo Estreme, Director General of International Cooperation of the Foreign Ministry, International Trade and Worship of Argentina, a country that is the chair of the presiding officers of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very pleased to be here in the first meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation of Latin America and the Caribbean, chaired by Argentina, jointly with Brazil, Chile, Cuba, Ecuador, Spain, Mexico, and Uruguay, and vice chair, with whom we've been working for the consolidation of South-South and triangular cooperation, complying with the plan of the commitment of Buenos Aires. This is a crucial moment for the region and global South in in a situation of polycrisis or multidimensional crisis where actions need to be adopted in order to address the poverty traps and reincorporate the implementation of 2030 agenda. And there, South-South and triangular cooperation is an act of transparency and trust of citizens, which is the main beneficiary for sustainable development in a world where hyperconnectivity and true and non-true information are available. This cooperation can offer advantages of opportunities. And in accordance with this, Colombia has participated and contributed in the dialogue and research on measurement, quantitation, and assessment of South-South cooperation. We are mindful that we need to go a step further and try to position a second phase designed to evaluate and monitor, providing professionalism and quality to this emerging situation of cooperation. In these scenarios, we have a new framework for the South-South cooperation that has been worked within the UNCTAD, and shortly ago had a meeting in Qatar. Likewise, and from the reflection and research perspectives within this framework for strengthening through the measurement and assessment and evaluation of South-South cooperation, principles of strategic cooperation led by GPD. Also, all the above shows that there is great interest in this modality of cooperation and the results that are occurring in the Global South. Latin America and the Caribbean have a specific identity in the many of opportunities of the Global South. We are a region of developing countries of dual roles and less developed countries. We believe in the possibility of a transition, development, and complementarity of South-South cooperation within the dynamics of North-South cooperation. Therefore, we have elements to evaluate and assess our cooperation. And although we have a dialogue with the Asian and African identity, but they are different, we have specific forms of measuring South-South cooperation in accordance with the context of each country and different development paces. Under the common denominator of Latin American and Caribbean countries, we have knowledge, best practices, and expertise to offer. The Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation of Latin America and the Caribbean and presiding officers meeting may become that space about the measurement, assessment, evaluation of South-South cooperation and criteria in accordance with what has been worked in Ibero-America and in UNCTAD. With this, I will give the floor to my colleague Monica Barrios from the Presidential Agency of the country. Thank you. Greetings to all. It is a pleasure for the Presidential Agency of International Cooperation. It's a pleasure to be here. We all agree on the importance to measure and assess South-South cooperation. And on the table, we have a debate how to do it with a roadmap that is clear, concrete, bringing about results that can be of great value to all countries. From that perspective, we'll share a few perspectives from ABC Colombia about the quantitation, measurement, and assessment of South-South cooperation, beginning by saying that the assessment is not over in quantitating. I think quantification is important about the financial flows to cover the exchange of knowledge. But we also are concerned to put on the table the potential of impact evaluation and results evaluation of South-South and triangular cooperation and its qualitative contribution within the achievement of the 2030 agenda. We believe that there is a possibility of contributing for the efficacy and transparency of international resources, allowing us to improve our processes and decision-making capacities. We believe that it's good to have several initiatives, but that those initiatives have a concrete impact that can be measured in results that may be specific, incorporating different approaches, and that may have a clear impact in the agenda of Sustainable Development Goals. From Colombia, just like the colleagues of Argentina and Brazil, we want to make available to this space our model of quantitating and value-adding model. This is something we have for several years in our agency. As to quantification, I think it's important to identify direct or indirect costs, allowing us to implement each program. In the case of Colombia, we have the International Cooperation and Assistance Fund, allowing us to finance these costs, expenditures of technical knowledge, air tickets per diem. And we believe, however, that in this stage, there is a consensus about the quantitation. Several countries are reporting to SEGIP in this pilot exercise, to UNCTAD and to TOSDI. But we believe also that we can make progress on a discussion about the qualitative approach of the model on how to measure South-South cooperation. And here we submit to your consideration 5 categories that we have, that has enabled us to disaggregate that assessment. And they are: 1, knowledge management and results, relationships, evidencing alignment with Sustainable Development Goals, and the incorporation of differential approaches, including the gender approach. How is this translated into practice? From knowledge and addressing sustainability and replicability, we evaluate how the results of programs and projects provide sustainable and results, guides, manuals that will allow us to replicate institutional capacities among the participants of the initiative. The second component is that of relations. We evaluate how the project of the initiative has contributed to establish permanent working networks and allowing the results, once over, the results of the project to keep on existing. Visibility, it's how we are communicating to different stakeholders and interest groups, and within the complete ecosystem, how these initiatives manage to identify what are those key players aside, in addition to the participants. And we believe that is a key point. And also the contribution to the Sustainable Development Goals. In this point, it's important to speak about the life cycle of the project. And if it's not formulated, it will not then be identified in a result outcome evaluation. So how, from the point of formulation, monitoring, these topics may be incorporated, and therefore a differential approach. We celebrate that one of the results of the last conference last year is the urgent need of including the gender perspective, and speaking of measurement and evaluation to be included in the data. We are speaking about a quantitation exercise, and we are making progress in different levels. But from the very start, it's important to know how the generation of that data, the report and analysis, has included the gender perspective, and how countries with what tools will conduct this exercise. Thus, we believe it is important to contribute with these initial initiatives and instruments on data. We are part of the CX report. Last year, we were able to report 163 standing initiatives and 69 new projects. And also, we are part of the methodology of the measurement framework of South-South cooperation of UNCTAD, very much in articulation with the ECLAC Statistics Division. And there we participated in the building of a pilot report. We contributed with our data of 2023 in order to measure at this level the quantification of South-South cooperation. We believe that this data collection exercise on mobilization of financial resources is important in order to contribute in a concrete manner and measure the results of the 17.3.1 of SDGs. Within the framework of this exercise, APC Colombia participated in the second meeting that was held in Qatar in first week of June for South-South cooperation in 2 sessions of the agenda. We share our methodology, times for data collection, how do we do our evaluation analysis and report, and we presented the Colombia results in this pilot test. We all believe that this contributes to the global monitoring of South-South cooperation of the global level. We believe that Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico are the pioneer countries that are leading this exercise, and that also pilot countries like Peru, Ecuador, Jordan, Qatar, Malaysia, Namibia, and Nigeria participated. We believe that in this space, it's important to point out the leadership of pioneer countries and pilot countries in order to systematize, analyze the information. We value all the effort of ECLAC in order to conduct this exercise. This was possible thanks to all exercises that we have conducted since last year in working sessions. Without that consensus or agreement, we would have been unable to reach this exercise, identifying weaknesses, opportunities, strengths, and threats. That was one first common agenda of what are our challenges and best practices. We believe that thanks to this regional exercise done since last year, we were able to reach a consensus in Qatar. And it is very important to say that this enabled us to see that Latin America and the Caribbean as a region is the most advanced one in measurement, quantitation of South-South cooperation. We can take our lessons learned to other spaces, even inter-regional ones, and this is highly valuable. We also want to highlight the work of CEGIP in order to achieve information standardization and the basic concepts of cooperation that need an agreement. We believe that those basic consensus are useful to have one same language, have a robust methodological foundation allowing us to work in these initiatives. And then finally, we want to some final messages and an invitation. We believe, and reading the draft agreements, it's important to consolidate a permanent dynamic space, allowing us to land down all these processes and roadmap. And from Colombia, we propose to have a working group or permanent benchmark group of South-South cooperation to be in dialogue with other spaces like the Group of Measurement and Evaluation of the Ibero-American Program of Strengthening South-South Cooperation. We believe it's necessary to have a benchmark group that can lead the progress in this line.
In line with the proposal of Agreement 1, and where we speak of identifying common criteria for assessment and evaluation, we believe that proposal, Agreement 1, needs constant dynamic space to dialogue about these criteria. We believe that there are very many valuable efforts and all other countries will share, but what is being done by Argentina, Brazil, Chile, and the different methodologies of Uruguay, Mexico, Guatemala, we believe that all countries may contribute. What we need is a permanent space to talk about these methodologies, concepts, and move ahead concretely. And lastly, we would like to invite you. Colombia is this year the hosting the UN Data Conference, which is a space that simulates innovation in terms of data, encourages associations, and mobilizes political and financial support at high level for data generation that is inclusive and the construction of best pathways for sustainable development. And so in Colombia, we would like to invite you from the 12th to 15th of November to Medellin, and where we will be holding this very important event, and especially our parallel event, precisely on a workshop for exchange to speak about the information systems, data quality, and quantification of South-South cooperation. So we would like to leave the invitation with you, and hopefully we will see you all in Medellin in the month of November. Well, thank you very much, Diana Alexandra Medina and Monica Barrios. We see that there is significant progress in the region as we hear each one of the country presentations. And now I would recognize Fabiola Soto Narvaez, Director of Policy on Multilateral Cooperation Forum and Mechanisms of the Mexican Agency for International Development for Cooperation. Thank you all very much and good morning. Yes, it is a pleasure to be here, and I thank ECLAC for organizing the meeting and also Argentina for presiding. I do not want to be repetitive because my colleague from Brazil and the colleagues from Colombia have, I believe, elaborated extensively on this topic of quantification. But I would like to briefly share with you what we've done in Mexico. Well, first of all, we are a dual cooperation country that receives and offers cooperation. And also, we share with characteristic with several countries of Latin America, also of around the world, middle-income countries. At Amexid, we managed last year 480 cooperation projects, of which about 125 projects were South-South and triangular cooperation. And so, regarding data, we began with our own methodology to quantify our cooperation, and that we began in the year 2010 or 11, very close to what Brazil mentioned for those same years. But in 2011, this was very much backed by the law on international cooperation for development, and that by mandate obliges us to quantify the resources that Mexico assigns to international cooperation for development. And with this mandate, our own methodology was created, but also an IT platform to collect information on each and every Federal Republic office in Mexico, and that allows us to reach a figure in US dollars and share the cooperation data year by year. And then we have reported a conceptual framework for South-South cooperation, where we had excellent cooperation with Brazil and together proposed the first drafts for the conceptual framework. And also since 2022 to USP, and as has been mentioned, we report to Iberian American cooperation data. So here we show quantification since 2011, and recently we modified the methodology for quantification and added two additional elements. The peace missions, which are a relevant aspect considering SDG 16, and also consider important to the EU SDG methodology. And this is considered as part of our cooperation. Another that we did not reflect earlier, which was the Mexico's participation in funds and projects for South-South cooperation. They're not necessarily are projects for technical cooperation. So now, yes, we've had a very sound participation in the countries of Central North America, and these programs and projects are financed through trust funds that we still have in Mexico. And now these variables accompany what we've always mentioned, that is the grants to foreigners in Mexico, technical cooperation in terms of cost. We do not add value, subjective value, to the value of technical cooperation. What we do is measure the opportunity cost of the Mexican officers that take part in these cooperation projects with their own methodology. And we quantify humanitarian aid, and obviously also the Mexican contribution to multilateral agencies, and considering only certain fractions of the contributions made. Now, so here you have the details of what each component is about that we measure. And we agree with Colombia and Brazil in saying that quantification is extremely relevant because it gives us a snapshot of where we are investing resources. It allows us to make visible our contribution to development and allows us in Mexico to manage knowledge with regard to cooperation actions that other government agencies endeavor to do. And it is very relevant. Nevertheless, we are very much aware that quantifying is merely a step in everything that could be rescued in terms of information about international cooperation. But the critic of South-South cooperation, of North-South cooperation, has been that it was always based on in financial terms and not in terms of outcomes. And we have always been driving this idea that South-South cooperation should be measured based on outcomes and not necessarily in financial costs or financial flows. And so in this sense, in 2020, ANICSID set up or mainstreamed a toolkit for the assessment of their technical and scientific cooperation projects. This toolkit came about based on the need to have an instrument to evaluate without having to incur any further costs. Because we are a South agency and we know that we have budgetary restrictions. So we work on this with experts in evaluation, experts in cooperation, and we work on them with our project with GTC, the German corporation. And this is an outcome of that. Basically, this has to do with programs in Central America and the Caribbean. And for us, this has been a major source of information that previously we did not have. And it allows us to more prudently direct our projects and allows us to learn of the opportunities in terms of how these evaluations, or rather the work is not being done optimally, how we could redirect it, how we could be more effective. And so for us, it is a matter of great pride to be able to have this and present it, because we've been asked to present it several times. And our principles for the assessment and evaluation have to do with efficacy, appropriation, transparency, participation, inclusion, outcome-based management, and we include ethics, independence, and the cross-cutting pillars such as gender perspectives and human rights. And so the evaluation criteria that we have adopted are the OECD criteria that traditionally have been used to assess international cooperation: relevance, coherence, efficiency, efficacy, incidence, and sustainability. And we have added participation, appropriation, and complementarity as part of the characteristics of our South-South cooperation. And so in this way, we designed the tools. There are 4. The theme is that evaluation is positioned not only at the end of the cycle of the projects, but rather the evaluation is taken as an aspect to observe throughout the life cycle of these cooperation projects. And we have an instrument to verify the accuracy of the design of the projects, and also an instrument for the midterm assessment, and also for the final assessment, and also to assess the technical assistance given. And so every time we have commixta or a trial or reflection with the counterparty countries, we present these evaluations, or that are still pending or already done. And I think that the work has been very gratifying because it allows Mexico to learn, to improve, to build, but also our partner countries learn and understand how maybe they too could better appropriate these cooperation projects. And so General conclusions. For Mexico, quantifying and evaluation mechanisms of cooperation are independent. And also I would like to say that we do assessments and evaluations with independent consultants, that we pay for exclusively for the projects that are a bit broader and that merit a more robust evaluation. But these processes travel parallel tracks. They're separate. The quantification process is a very consolidated process, and that we believe we may still refine and help to harmonize in terms of the report of the cooperation. We have the CDs, we have the TOS. We can fine-tune these processes so that countries may have lighter workloads when it comes to reporting. And the evaluation process is a young process. It goes back barely 4 years since it was first set up, piloted for several years also. But it is still a process that sometimes they say, well, if we could change this question for another one or add an additional variable. But we're very flexible in that sense. But we do ensure that the information is comparable. We're very much aware that we need to have communication between the two processes and add quantification to outcomes. That is very relevant, and that could happen with a knowledge management policy, which is something that is still pending at our agency. What we need is to increase the dissemination of the information created in both processes, and as a lesson learned, mainstreaming something new takes time, effort, and resources, not only human, but also technical and sometimes financial at these institutions. And so being very much aware that when we are innovating, well, what we need is a moment to reflect and mainstream it in the best way possible. I thank Colombia for the invitation extended. I feel that this topic, which is very technical, both things, quantification and evaluation, are very technical teams. And I do believe that we need space for exchange and communication more regularly, more systematically. And there should be sources of information available to the countries. And for example, something that Mexico and Brazil took a great care with, and that is that any country could report regardless of how many capacities they have. And I believe that this is something that when we come to the indispensable minimums in order to quantify and assess and evaluate, we must ensure that all countries can identify to these indispensable minimums in order to move ahead on these agendas in future. So thank you very much. And also at your service, the Mexican experience already shared with Colombia, with Uruguay and Brazil. Of course, we've had constant exchange for a long time, and I think that we may continue moving ahead. And very soon we will have an exchange with Paraguay and I think Argentina as well. So we're at your service. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Fabiola. The delegate of Cuba has now the floor. Alexei Felifola, Counselor of the Embassy of Cuba in Santiago, Chile. Dear Enrique Oviedo, Mr. Luis Yáñez, Mr. Mateo, good morning to you all, distinguished panelists, delegates. I would like to start my intervention thanking for the opportunity of participating in this first roundtable. The cooperation for development has been consolidated in the last decade as invaluable for the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in the countries. for two essential reasons. First, the challenges faced that cannot be solved in an isolated way. Only with joint effort of the different international actors, regional and local. Our international community has lived deep tensions. The relationship in policies and economy has shown its incapacity to establish conditions that are just and equitable so that we can all have access to the same rights and development on the resources of our planet. It is imperative to preserve multilateralism, solidarity that is international cooperation as the only ways to be able to face the present challenges of a multidimensional nature. In the second place, the cooperation has been an important complement to the insufficient resources available for the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and not leaving anyone behind. Even today, the developing countries are far from complying with their international commitments of having 0.7% of its GDP for official help for development. In spite that enormous sums are destined for war reasons and to maintain the conflicts. Access of the countries to the different financial international institutions is limited, and the positions that are unilateral of the greater donors. Oftentimes, the countries of most need access to financing and risk capital are those with less possibility of having access to these sources. Facing such a scenario whose trend points to cooperation that is an important complement, even more so for the southern countries that have been able to place value to their knowledge and good practices, aware that we should take in our hands to our own development, but that we can do so jointly and obtain better results. In such a sense, for a region, it is important to value adequately their cooperation and to be able to acknowledge the contributions that our countries give to the common efforts for the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. It's not a simple task, as every country measures and assesses their capacities according to multidisciplinary effects, and from there, this meeting, in the case of Cuba, we did not consider it imperative to carry out the measurement and valuing of the cooperation offered, as not considering necessary to quantify the actions developed with solidarity and altruism. The Cuban cooperation has been complied with for decades, based upon solidarity, mutual development, and respect to the sovereignty of each country without getting into their internal matters. This has been possible to share what we have and not what is in excess due to the complex situation that our country has faced for over 60 years with the difficulty of the commercial and economic blocking of the United States. We cannot give more help and advance with a better step towards sustainable development. However, so as to improve the help that Cuba has in other nations, I can understand better the contribution to development that the cooperation signifies and of which we have benefited. Our country has acknowledged the importance of its measurement and assessment and has been committed to continue working in this sense. At present, we carry out efforts to improve this monitoring and control of the activity of cooperation at a national level, for which we work in the improvement and execution of an information system for the cooperation through an informatic platform that facilitates the quality of processes of cooperation in line with science and innovation, and trying to strengthen mechanisms of implementation of Law Decree 16 approved in 2020 for the cooperation received and offered, a framework to organize and coordinate, regulate, and give follow-up to this activity in the country. These efforts are an expression of the commitment of Cuba with the Action Plan of Buenos Aires, the Declaration of Nairobi, and the final document of the recent conference of South-South cooperation held in Buenos Aires. The new trends in matters of cooperation, the strengthening of triangular cooperation, and the employment of new tools and mechanisms that are innovative and flexible demand steps forwards in the assessment and valuation of the cooperation. Our country ratifies its commitment to continue promoting the international cooperation for development, especially the South-South cooperation will continue to support and contribute according to its possibilities with the efforts that are common in this assessment and evaluation of this activity, always looking at the practical usefulness to implement the Agenda 2030 in the region. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alexei Filisola. And continuing with the program, we shall now give the floor to Fabiola Soto. No, to Lara Patricia Weistau, Coordinator of International Mobility and Cooperation at the National University of San Martin in Argentina. Thank you very much. In the first place, and before starting, I would like to express my thanks to the Ambassador Chimay for having invited me to form part of the Argentinian Commission. It seems important to point out this dialogue that we have between the academia and the public policies. It is a dialogue that as a whole has had its interruptions, but it has been fluid, and I think we should point this out at this moment when we're speaking, and we will speak in the afternoon, of the multi-stakeholders in the cooperation. So thank you. My presence here deals with the study we have carried out in 2019 for the Argentinian Chancellorship for the development of the methodology of modular evaluation from the Center of Diagnosis in the development of our university. As has been mentioned before by the ambassador, this surged in a very specific context, and its development was marked in one way or another by generating evidence where all participants have spoken about this area. It was conceived not only as a technical process of the development of a methodology, but as a tool to facilitate dialogue and see complex challenges in an environment where a number of countries have started to develop this. Mexico had done it, Colombia. Ecuador had a methodology also to value and assess the characteristics of the projects before evaluating. So the idea of the methodology is that there should be a dialogue, not dealing with a new methodology, but to establish bridges between the methodologies that already existed. When we started to work in the development of methodology, we identified a series of conditions in the context that operated as a restriction for the development of the methodology. We took them in account precisely to think about the scheme and design it. I won't develop them for a matter of time. I don't have much time, but it is interesting to point out an aspect that was mentioned that deals with the costs that the more traditional evaluations have and the overload of work that it implies for agencies or cooperation international offices that have few personnel, few economic resources, etc. For us, it was fundamental to understand the methodology proposed would have to renounce to the idea of developing a methodology of a traditional type, and that it might imply to have consultants or foreign assessors as this would carry unavoidably that this methodology would stay on paper and it would not move forward. Associated to this in the analysis that we've been developing, because this methodology has been carried out after an assessment of the first analysis of the projects of SOAR, we find the need of de-bureaucratizing the recollection of information to give a direct voice to the participants that facilitate the process. It should be the participants themselves that would be able to say and evaluate what was happening. In function of these conditioning factors that we have observed, we started to think in a pragmatic way that these schemes should be flexible and should allow to take care to accessible costs and according to certain agreements in a differentiated way for whoever requested, be it the audience, the reader of that evaluation. A proposal of evaluation, a scheme that would have the capacity of fulfilling these expectations and also could be applied in a simple way and that very quickly would allow us to observe and will allow the chancellorship to see the development of a project, or at least of a part of this project to which we would like to give special attention. This in the beginning would allow to evaluate this aspect and compare it and relate it to other similar projects. Brief analysis could be made that would report on the decisions of those that wrote them. We knew that the methodological dilemma between advancing in depth in the study or extending or having a broader glance of the evaluation of the results, we were making a priority to lose the depthness of the aspects, but that this was a strategy, knowing that the quality of matters is fundamental in the process of evaluation and is a part of what makes the costs more expensive of foreign evaluations where a lot of information has to be collected. We foresaw for certain mechanisms that could evidently, if the resources and the availability existed, to recover certain intangible aspects that were qualitative of these projects. In this sense, what was pragmatic has incidence on the objectives we want to understand if we did not renounce to verify how the traditional methodologies took place, the links of causality between the consecution of the goals and the effects generated. We had to review the contributions that such processes generated in the context where we developed and the actors that were involved in it. What it allowed us to do is that the interpretation of the change should depend less on the baselines that are expensive to produce for each project and a little bit more the perception of those actors involved in the process. When seeing what was subjective, we granted them a role that was core in the identification of what had functioned and what had not. To understand how this operates in the practice and how we do it, I like to use as a parable the idea of the Lego blocks with which children play. For us, the image is each criteria that we have, that we want to evaluate, is a little Lego block. With that block, we may do many different things. We can remain with one block, look at it and understand in depth. We can put all the blocks in the same color and compare. We can take blocks of different colors and build a more complex construction in 3 dimensions, and thus is how the MEM works out. The blocks are small indexes that are composed by indicators, and this is what we at this initial stage what we traditionally know as the evaluation criteria.
Nosotros propusimos
Initially, we proposed, based on that comparative analysis of the methodologies that were being proposed by the countries of the region, we proposed to take those that were common, that we identified as common, fulfilling the CAT criteria, plus some specific principles of the cooperation, and a non-evaluative framework dealing with data. There's a part that is related with quantification and statistical information, and this helps along the ideas that we have different audiences. So depending on who was the reader of the evaluation, some needed to show cooperation director and they needed to say this is what we invested, but sometimes the project manager didn't need to understand how many resources had been used, but whether it had worked or not. There are different audiences reading the evaluations, so we also thought about that other block. This is technical, but each block has inside a series of variables which are binary and respond to simple questions like, is there, weren't there, did we have or not meeting, simple things to answer, and they are the same for all the projects. So the idea is that the blocks be nourished, the information of those blocks be nourished by the assessment and evaluation of different stakeholders. What we say is that AMEN proposes an evaluation multi-stakeholder environment. The block is formed with information from different sources, general sources, but we do not have someone who decides what is worth more. Even though the information gathered is subjective, the subjectivity is neutralized. So in principle, the blocks give a number as a result. So it is a percentage indicating an assessment of the performance as compared with an ideal. Project have to comply with this and those characteristics, so project X will give us a result 80%, 50%, or whatever. What this gives us is a kind of control board. This worked, this didn't work, this number, this figure is very low, what happened here, this is not working. It's an entry door, it's not the solution, but it allows us to recover the wealth of and recover the process and the functioning of the project in a quick way. Nevertheless, its quantification of the opinions makes us lose the qualitative aspect. This is a proxy. This is a number that allows a quick approach and low cost in principle to what happened with the project. This is why we incorporate the memories which try to recover. They are the testimonies, the qualitative experiences that take place based on exchanges, because in general, these are knowledge exchange projects, and in that interaction, a series of things come up, and many times they weren't foreseen initially in the project. That happens a lot in South-South cooperation projects. So the technician that did the exchange comes back in the plane and says, this happened, that happened, and many times the translation of those experiences to a report is bureaucratized, and we wind up by saying the meeting took place, period, and all that wealth has to be recovered through interviews. So this is the idea. The idea is that the blocks are minimum evaluation units. They're rigid in themselves, but they help us build modules that are more flexible and that in turn can be integrated in larger structures. In the initial prototype of the MEM, we proposed one main module and accessory modules. But since it is a flexible experience, we could think about many more models. The initial models are processes, results, and so on and so forth. But we could think about a model on innovation or bilateral models between these two countries. This is what they do. We take these blocks and we evaluate this and that. So what seems interesting is the flexibility. So there is a rigidity which allows Argentina to compare some aspects of the projects and relate the evaluations of each of the projects from an institutional point of view and say, for instance, the projects that Argentina from FOA develops are horizontal because all these projects provide these coefficients or these figures. It allows to some extent to establish comparisons, but also politically negotiate with the counterparts the evaluation of each of the topics. In this sense, some topics that are more debatable for some countries, like efficiency, because it involved quantification of financial resources, is withdrawn from the process of that module, and that block is not evaluated, but it can but you could at the same time do an evaluation. So the MEM modular evaluation allows to put or remove blocks to have a more general vision or to compare. Since one of the core aspects in the decision of the MEM is the possibility to recover the different voices as a means to controlling subjective biases, and the idea was not to give more work. The DC SIN, which asked us to do this work, we proposed in the initial design the complementary development of a digital platform. What we imagined then was this: the technician that participated in the meeting, when he came back in the plane and at the airport, would fill in a form, would answer questions, would put the pictures of the meeting, and would record an audio saying this or that happened, and that would be his or her report, and not for the technician to come back and write and go through different stages. And automatically that could be weighted, because the technicians would answer a report, the other one reported another report, the coordinating agent answered another one, and so we had weights for the different answers, and this gave us those figures. Nevertheless, that second stage of the methodology was interrupted because of the pandemic and because of different processes of readaptation of the projects. And so that process was interrupted for 3 years. Last year, a group of officials in Argentina decided autonomously to implement the methodology, and they did it without the support, they did it by hand. So that implied, of course, an effort, a much bigger effort, and many other things came up, like lack of specific descriptions on who had to fill in the forms. So this was an initial proposal, and when they implemented, some things turned up which have to be reviewed. But I believe that what is interesting and what was tested with Brazil, with Ecuador and Colombia, and I think that the interesting part, as I said, or what the people from Foreign Affairs said, is that the interesting part is the potential or the idea of being able to use to divide the process in little parts, and based on that build all the methodologies you wish, but with common basis to where you can add or remove things. Thank you very much. Thank you. Finally, Andrés Fernández, He worked in the social division and ECLAC consultant at present. Andres Fernandez. Thank you very much, Enrique. Greetings to everyone. Thank you for the invitation, Riz, once again to this meeting. In ECLAC, we have worked on assessment for 30 years and in evaluation, and the approach in which I have worked is strictly quantitative. So I will speak from that point of view, which doesn't mean that we do not value the qualitative approaches which we have used as well, but evidently we've been more focused in quantitative aspects. And what I wanted to clarify as well is that I also want to make clear that the key concept from which we start is a concept of impact. Nevertheless, we recognize that there are many other concepts that are useful and need to be incorporated in an evaluation process, not only impact, but it is also necessary to recognize that this is not an exact science, and that therefore we generally use different words to speak about the same concept, and sometimes we use a same word, but we are meaning different concepts. So here there's a bit of disorder in the lexicon used, and this is a task that should be assumed in this kind of meeting to know what we are talking about. So I would like to focus in that direction.
Some key questions. How important it is to evaluate investment and public spending? The concept of transparency was mentioned in a previous presentation. I think it's key. It's important to know that how much is spent in what items and what are the results. Because we know well that resources are scarce and needs are manifold. And therefore we need to adopt the best investment and expenditure policies possible. So this is key. It's very important. Can we do it and how? That's a different discussion. And the other question that I hope that we could answer at some point is what to evaluate of South-South and triangular cooperation, because here many things can be mentioned. I will mention a few, but also the question is, do we evaluate cooperation proper or the projects and programs that make up this cooperation? These are two different topics. And in some way, the previous presentations have mentioned this. So we are quite aligned. 3 basic questions about evaluation. For what, and when? There are many other questions, but some will show up later. These are the main ones. So what for? Why do we evaluate? What for? To correct. Why do we do it? To correct. If we are doing something, we want to know if we are doing right or not. And if not, we should be able to correct this, which is key for the managers of projects or cooperation in general. To delete or to stop. If we are not doing it correctly, it's pointless to keep on doing a project or a program. They are not always removed or stopped because there are different considerations, but maybe it will not be replicated. And the third is to scale up this project. Can it be expanded? Can we reach out a higher, greater target population? Can we include other countries, for example, if it is bilateral cooperation? Can we extend this to another country and do it 3, 4, 5 countries? So that's one first question. What for or why? The second one is what? And here we have conceptual difficulties. We distinguish these three concepts, which are not the same ones, although sometimes used as synonyms: effects, results, and impacts. Anyhow, if we want to focus in these three concepts, we will need to design a conceptual model. I want to show you an image based on one of the experiences I worked some time ago. We won't be able to advance in an evaluation of any of these three concepts: effects, results, impacts, if you don't have behind a conceptual model telling us what are the variables that will be used to work. And this is very relevant because will take us to another problem. We'll mention it. And that the design of evaluating needs to be adopted when formulating the projects, the programs, and not after. We will go back to that point. And when to evaluate: ex ante, feasibility analysis, ex ante, although not very systematic. There's always a feasibility analysis. It's very strange for someone to propose a project without having previous discussions and saying, is this possible, feasible, not feasible? What are the conditions? When is this going to be implemented? There's always an ex ante evaluation, although there are more systematic methodologies for that. Monitoring, taking us to process evaluation. Already this has been discussed. It's key. Very often it's not necessary to get to an ex post evaluation because it suffices with the information we obtain in monitoring. And then it is evaluated in a process evaluation to know if we are doing it right or wrong. And we can keep on advancing. And it's highly enriching combining this with what Lara was saying a while ago, because these process evaluation monitoring as well also collects perceptions of the different players. It's not possible to know how we are doing if we don't get the views, opinions of those that are involved in the implementation of a project. So all that is quite supplementary, this analysis with what Lara was mentioning a while ago. And then finally, the ex post evaluation, which is the one takes us to impacts or outcomes, results, and this is here. What's the relevance of this conceptual model, and how or why should we work on it before or during the project formulation? I will refer to a very concrete project on investment in digital health, which is called Salud.ui, and it's in its fourth stage. To evaluate this project, which was designed jointly with the formulation, this is a summary. Here we don't have everything. I cannot go into everything because no time. But what are the effects to be measured in the production chain at the level of inputs, at the level of products, or processes, generating some measurable results of the health system, and measurable as to healthcare insofar as quality, access, and equity. And all of this, after a significant amount of time, then you can measure the impacts. Impacts cannot be measured once the project is over. The effects need to mature, and the results that are generated when the project is implemented will generate conditions for us, so at some point, to be able to visualize the impacts. And in this case, they were measured through the health status of the population, or changes in the health status of the population, and the gaps or inequality or social inequalities in health. Obviously, that cannot be measured, but all the above is being measured in the case of this project in Uruguay. I will give you a few examples. One of the interventions of this project was the digital clinical history for diabetic or hypertensive patients. What was expected to happen with this? As time went by, in reference hospitals, the usability and coverage of clinical history, medical history, and as this digital medical history advanced, we could observe some precise indicators. For example, the reduction of discharges, reduction in the number of dialysis patients, or reduction of strokes in the population, insofar as the evaluation in this target objectives. The impacts are more or less evident, but as I said, this cannot yet be measured because only recently are we obtaining results in these indicators and many others included in the program on health care in Uruguay. How can these results be verified or checked? Because here we have something methodological that is key. There is, in what you know well, the classical experimental design that is used, especially in the area of health, in order to verify the positive or untoward effects, for example, or side effects of a drug. But the classical experimental design cannot be applied in complex phenomena with which we work. So we are forced to move towards a quasi-experimental design. So I will not dwell in methodological nor statistical issues, but they need to be mentioned. A quasi-experimental design that will replace the classical experimental design. In this case, what was used is the discontinuous regression methodology. That is the type of model, but allows us to visualize, to see where, in what places that have been subject, in this project, that have been subject to the interventions of the digital clinical history of patients whose usability and coverage has increased, will allow us to check and verify that it is generating the expected results in terms of the variables I mentioned. For example, the reduction of hospital discharges or reduction in dialysis or whatever. And as you can see, as the project moves on, advances, you can start seeing results. What's important here is that parameters generated by these equations allow us to determine the quantitative impact of the project. When we speak of impact, we are speaking about a quantitative measurement. Conceptually speaking, I mean, as I said a while ago, very often we use in different ways the concepts that are inherent to evaluation. As I mentioned, the decision to evaluate needs to be present at the time when formulating the project or program. Will get nowhere if after the project was executed, someone says, why don't we measure the impact of the results? Very likely that will not be obtained. Now, there are several questions here that we need to bear in mind. Who designs the evaluation? Obviously, here we need to decide what variables will be used, how are they going to be measured, is there samplings, data sources, temporality of measurements, one alternative, what is the analysis plan, and budget. And believe me, impact evaluations are expensive. And an impact evaluation is expensive. It will depend on how expensive it is in terms of the size of the investment. If the project, I told you that of Uruguay in the first 2 phases were $18 million, and what was being spent in evaluation was $200,000. Of course, very little in the context, but if there is a project that's worth $100,000 and will spend $20,000 in the evaluation, what's the point? It's pointless, especially if we have been able to mount a good monitoring system allowing us to do a good process evaluation. We will then be able to know if we are doing it right or not. Who conducts the evaluation? Who designs it? Who conducts it or implements it? It doesn't necessarily be the same person or entity, but the decisions to be made during the formulation of the project or the program. And then finally, who finances that? In the case of cooperation, that's key. Who is going to finance evaluation, especially if we want to move towards an impact evaluation? All these topics need to be considered. More questions than answers, yes. Here I will see some things that have been mentioned already. What's the last purpose of the South-South and triangular cooperation? If we want to measure the impact of South-South and triangular cooperation, what's the final target? What's the final purpose? It's only then when we can know if there is an impact. When we saw in the digital health program of Uruguay, the final objective was to improve the health status of the population. What's the final target or objective? And there are some things. Colombia, for example, mentioned several that are important to bear in mind in order to eventually think in an evaluation of this type at the level of South-South cooperation. Support development and integration of the region, benefits linked to the interaction among cooperative players. Multiple intangible benefits need to be identified. Which ones are they? This is part of the model, and we need to work on that. Who is interested in evaluating these projects or programs in cooperation? At least there are 2 players. Are both players interested in evaluating? It's not a trivial question. Sometimes yes, and very often no. And then perhaps this is an issue. And then another question to be borne in mind before deciding what to evaluate and what's the size of the evaluation. What's the volume of resources involved in cooperation in relation to the total investment or public expenditure of a country? Very often, we are asking for the evaluation of something which is minimal regarding the total expenditure in the area of the same topics addressed by cooperation. So, the countries do not conduct the evaluation of public investment or public expenditure much larger than cooperation, but they do ask cooperation to do it. So, you need to place these decisions in a relative position vis-a-vis or regarding all the volume of resources involved in public management, and at least in the area of international relations, in the area of ministries or foreign affairs secretariat, what's the volume involved? What are we talking about? And to conclude, and with this I finish, and in this fortunately progress is being made, it's important to have a system of information that is agreed on and allows to follow up and analyze South-South cooperation, South-South and triangular cooperation. This is a topic that can be consolidated and take shape. And as the delegate of Mexico was saying, Fabiola, obviously, in terms of evaluation, we are much behind. I mean, we are just beginning. It's quite incipient insofar as evaluation.
What to measure or analyze in terms of cooperation, aside from whether the cooperation was financial or technical. Well, just a few ideas that could be supplemented by other contributions that we've heard here, in particular what was said by Monica from Colombia. The long-term viability innovation. What are the innovations that we could see through these cooperation processes? We're not doing the same as before, yes, but we are innovating. The exchange of information, alignment with national or regional priorities, and as also was mentioned here in terms of SDGs, in particular SDG, I believe he said 70. And we will continue to progress in terms of assessment and evaluation, as mentioned here. This was mentioned by Colombia, speaking of the work teams, also Mexico, in terms of the mainstreaming. So, if we do not have a regular budget, work teams that are permanent, it is difficult to continue progressing in terms of evaluation. Probably, yes, in terms of information systems or directed towards the appreciation of cooperation. But I see this difficult because moving ahead with evaluation is no easy matter. What you need is to have people who are working constantly on that. And lastly, in terms of project or program, as I've already said, the decision must be made when they're being formulated, not afterwards. But there is a minimum that I believe all programs and projects should have, and that is moving towards the evaluation of the process. That's not too demanding. It's not that expensive. You need the right instruments, the minimum necessary instruments to know what's going on with the use of time in these projects, what is going on with the outputs and the costs. And this will allow, this is combined with what Lara was saying. This is combined. You can draw lessons from how the project is evolving and what sort of things should be revised to move ahead better. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Andres. And so, well, with this presentation by Andres Fernandez, we conclude this morning's presentations, and we still have a few minutes left. And the idea would be to have 2 or 3 comments from the audience and then resume this afternoon before beginning the second panel. Do you agree? Well, does anyone have a request for the floor? Yes? Alfonso from the ECLAC Statistics Division. The floor is yours. Thank you. Good afternoon. I thank you for inviting us. At ECLAC, we have been working, and a lot of what we've been working on in South-South cooperation, there are 2 fronts here. One, evaluation, and the other is measuring what South-South cooperation is. And the 2 go very much hand in hand, because we cannot attempt to calculate or pick up the data if we don't know what we're going to assess. So this goes very much hand in hand, assessment and evaluation. So we need to know what it is that we're going to evaluate, to know what it is that we're going to measure in South-South cooperation. Now, I will say that I've heard a lot by Brazil, a fairly good history, Colombia, what the effort has been to carry out a project that, albeit it goes back to April 2019, it was presented in May last year at the same conference, showing the history and that Brazil today gave an account of this. But there's one project called Quantifying South-South Cooperation in order to mobilize funds for SDGs, and that is led by UNCTAD, and that has carried out these efforts or meetings that have already been mentioned in June. Yes, June last year and June this year. In Brasilia and Brazil. I mention this because this is the result of a process that has taken a long time, and in March 22 was adopted based on a working subgroup comprised by several countries of the region, including Brazil, Colombia, Chile, China, India, Ghana, Mexico, Tanzania, the Russian Federation, and OECD as observers, and UNCTAD was the secretariat. And India presided. So based on what they collected, this resulted in a methodological framework, and that is the one that we're working with now. What was the meeting in June in Brasilia for? Well, to kick off the first part of the project. The project has 3 phases. The first is the pioneering. You have the pioneering countries. There are 4 regions involved: Middle East, Asia Pacific, Africa, and us, Latin America and the Caribbean. Now, each region has their pioneering countries, the countries that will be involved in the first phase, and the idea is to do a first test of the methodological framework and begin working on a manual. And Mexico and Brazil were the pioneers, and the main countries involved, same as Colombia, that was very much involved. And in fact, now we already have a report from these 3 countries. Colombia is still short of sending it to UNCTAD, but they already have their report. And Mexico and Brazil have already drafted the report and submitted it. And so now we have several reports by these countries. What was the meeting in Doha for? Well, the first stage is almost over. We have the manual, and so now we need a second test with pilots. And each region has its pilots, and this region is Peru and Ecuador that engaged in this part of the process, and with whom we've already been working. We began working with them last year. We've not just left them for the second stage, but right from the start we began working with all countries, and we found that this was beneficial because we found that there are several issues in common, as have been mentioned here. But in terms of the collection of data, the same issues, and assessment as well, small teams, a tremendous turnover of staff, legal frameworks. There is no historical memory in the teams. And we have a staff turnover in addition to within the institutions where the information is gathered. And so, well, because you need to train people again for them to know what South-South cooperation is, to inform them that this is just one. Because many of the organizations don't know that they are supporting an SDG. So that education has to be done, the training of these institutions. And in the region, as was mentioned, we have a firm culture of reporting, thanks to Sahib and another. So with them, we've been working in the region for quite some time with different approaches. It's the same issue, but seen from different angles. Sahib sees it as programs, activities, projects, and the OECD sees it from the financial side. And the UNCTAD, this new methodological framework, what it seeks is to go a little bit further, because it sees not only the financial side. That is, in the financial side, we have fund transfer, but South-South cooperation goes beyond that. You have the humanitarian side, as Fabiola said, that must also be quantified. If we send vaccines or help with a fire in a region or something, well, this can be quantified. So this methodological framework that we're putting to the test has three aspects. One, the financial side, as we've mentioned with OECD. Another one, which is monetary or non-financial cooperation, but that could be monetized. And a last one that is similar to the previous one, but that has one variant. It can be accounted for. The number of people, you can divide by gender. So this is something that had been requested and also measured in tons. Well, what we have is a tremendous wealth of information, much broader. The issue we are facing now is getting information, because many of the institutions do not collect that sort of information when they do South-South cooperation. So what we need is to begin to disseminate this need to compile that information, and so we too use it and have it. So having said that, right now we're already working with these countries, with Peru and with Ecuador, but also we will begin working with the Dominican Republic, and in Doha they did approach us and their intent is to work, and also Argentina. And so I personally would like to have another 2 countries, because the marginal cost is 0. Teaching 2 or teaching 4 to work is the same thing. So welcome all countries that would like to begin working in the second part of the project, and then we're going to have a third that will be the expansion stage once we have tested the pilot countries and the manual has been modified, because it's not yet carved in stone. There are still many doubts to be clarified. There are several things that will have to be changed, among others the coding, because what we're facing many coding issues for our activities. In the manual we use EC for Sahir CC, SIHI, and for everyone RCS. No, CRS. CRS, I believe he said. So many acronyms here. But lastly, what I wanted to say is that what was asked for at Doha by ECLAC is that institutions such as UNCTAD, OECD, and ISEHIP should sit down and find a way to make the burden of the work for countries in the region less difficult to bear, because there are at least 4 reports that need to be drafted. The national plus the other 3 that I've just mentioned. So we have tables of correspondence that will help a lot. Or simply adopt some of the classifiers in order to work on just one, even if we have different viewpoints. So that would be it. Thank you. Thank you, Alfonso. Anyone else would like to take the floor? Uruguay, and then, yes. Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Veronica Suarez from the Uruguayan International Cooperation Agency, and I would like to thank the panelists for having shared the theme. We were unaware of how this had been done with UNCTAD, and I would like to convey Uruguay's interest to join the initiative, and thank you, Luisa, for having to share the experience in Brazil. We would like to know what the process is like for Uruguay to be part of this, what is needed in terms of formality in order to convey our interest. And also, as we had mentioned with Enrique and also Alfonso from Uruguay, we want to work with ECLAC to strengthen the more statistical aspect. analyzing indicators, which is very important to strengthen the team and the technical cooperation. At the moment, we are reporting to SIGIB, and with regard to TOTSI, we began the exercise last year, and we've already done 2022. But just in Pillar 1, we know that in terms of Pillar 2, we are waiting a little bit to see what happens in terms of the discussions in countries regarding global public goods. And in TODI, they're requiring to report on the peace missions of the UN and all the support made by Uruguay through cooperation in the Antarctic system. And there are projects there that we have systematized and have a global impact.
We have not been able to advance because there's no consensus amongst the countries. These are the comments, and we are at your availability to be able to converse, to have a dialogue, and to participate in the exercise with UNCTAD. Mexico is recognized. Thank you very much, Alfonso, for your presentation. I like it because I'm a technician. I like to go to action. What can we do to improve things and all of this? As we will have agreements on the session, and we will be able to have some type of impact on what we're saying to the rest of the countries, to place on the table the possibility that from ECLAC we make a summoning for at least 3 workshops per year to disseminate the framework and to understand more countries so that they use it. I think it would be a proposal that is very valuable for the ECLAC and that would gather all the countries of the region, giving a greater echo to this effort. Another aspect that calls my attention and that Uruguay expressed in their intervention is a discussion that seems from the north, it seems from developed countries, but in Latin America, we must have a discussion in regards to this issue. We like public goods, they exist, however, we have not labeled them in a defined way. ECLAC would seem to be an interlocutor that is very valuable on managing this discussion, and I don't know where we shall reach, but I think it is worthwhile expressing. The questions posed by Andres seemed interesting, and I would like to have his presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Fabiola. For the Secretariat, requests from all the members of the panel their presentations, because the Secretariat generates a report and we can share it with the countries. Guatemala. Thank you, Honorable Mr. Luis Yanez, Secretary of ECLAC, the Director of the Foreign Affairs and Worship of Argentina, delegates of the member countries that today are here reunited. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to address you and give you a kind welcome from Ramiro Martinez, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Guatemala. I would like to express in the name of the delegation of Guatemala our deep thanks to CEPAL for its help with this meeting that is the first. Guatemala wants to launch and promote the cooperation South-South and triangular, complementing what is traditional with the technical knowledge and capacities already developed, so that later on we should share it with countries in similar conditions. South-South cooperation in Guatemala has been developed in the negotiation of bilateral cooperation through projects bargained through the mixed or joint committees with the South. And in one of the last commissions with Guatemala and El Salvador, we have been part of this, which makes us very proud today to share with you. We clearly understand that this cooperation, there has no conditionality, and that the dialogue is carried out with equal conditions It is shared and not necessarily in equivalent participations by the countries. With the registrations in my country increase this type of modality. As many countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, Guatemala considers necessary the assessment of the South-South cooperation with the predominant role it has had in the initiatives that are executed within the framework of cooperation, and the importance of granting it a value to what complements the priorities posed by the countries that, aside from actions that are executed, generate information that allows to quantify, value, and assess. Guatemala has the improvement and monitoring that we have included in the regulations that are national for this work. We must work with institutionality in what is financial in the budget, and this is an important part of the planning and, as I said, the creation of the projects themselves. We must work in methodologies that allow us to construct the indicators that allow us to quantify these actions. We have had the objective of the countries that have been able to set forward in this area with a methodology that, aside from allowing analysis, generates data, trying to report on the indicators for financial resource mobilization. We have another challenge for our country, which becomes evident in the cooperation for development in all the different modalities and in the South-South cooperation and triangular. The present government of 224-27 is monitoring and evaluation of public policies as well as the programs of investment and development with natural resources, and those received through international cooperation in the different financial and technical aspects, the information and data for the decision making. In addition to this, Guatemala, with the conviction that we must continue in the framework, has worked in the complement of those commitments that have evolved from the United Nations meeting for South-South cooperation in March, where Guatemala has the presence that is temporary and had a joint position with all the countries that belong to the SICA on the importance of the South-South and triangular cooperation. We have worked in the implementation of alignments of South-South cooperation within SICA, which were approved in June 2023, incorporating it in the mechanisms that already exist to give it a high relevance and to share experience within the very same system. The decision that was taken in 2021 to transform the South-South Cooperation Committee to a regional meeting reaffirms our commitment with the South-South Cooperation and Triangular, and this is a sample of the same thing. It is a clear message that we know exist with global problems that we must approve in a joint way, and we are committed to work to think and align ourselves according to this. We have said in different areas that we have the Agenda 2023 that is being implemented correctly. Guatemala makes a call on immediate action to continue fostering these spaces, and that we should really have a dialogue and discussion on what is operating and what is not. To end, I wish to express that Guatemala values the results of what this dialogue might give, with common criteria that allow the committed the area to admit them, that allow us to know the costs and benefits of the initiatives as well as the contribution to development, and to manifest that we would like to converse later on of what was our interest to be part of this pilot plan within the framework that is being developed at present. Thank you. Ecuador, and with this we will close our morning session. Good afternoon to everyone, members of the table and delegates that are present. First of all, allow me to greet you in the name of the Chancellor and to close the space in regards to subjects that summon us to continue to work. This is a brief presentation of what Luis Fernandez has said. it is important to take in account that definitely, if we start off from the view of the complementarity of cooperation, it doesn't mean that we don't have to measure the impact later on. But for sure, the impact of the projects will be disseminated in the management that is not only official but organic for each one of the countries. As Andres has said, it is important to understand for what do we measure. And as has been said, I would like to point out that one of the subjects to identify if it is possible to see it or not, and as Andres establishes, if we want to measure, we have to have the will from the design of the project. It would be fundamental. First, the perspective of clearly understanding what is important to measure, which is the efficacy.
How much are we generating? How are the results proposed by the project coming out? Because finally, this will contribute with an impact, but it won't be the final solution. Also, cooperation projects have the power to trigger processes and change agents. If they can help build strengths and capacities, so we can define the possibility of escalating, of replicating the cooperation projects. What do I mean? If we measure from the design, if we establish the possible effectiveness at the closure of the evaluation of the results, not impact, because that will have to be matured, and there's a very powerful methodological discussion to be had regarding the impact. But much closer than that, when we can measure results, if we can measure scalability, what we are doing is to turn this cooperation project, South-South and Triangular, for them to become triggers of processes. And that is the magic of cooperation, because as we know, cooperation is not only to solve basic problems, but yes, to give examples, yes, to solidarize with joint actions towards joint goals. So this was a brief reflection after the very good presentations we've heard, especially the one by Andres, who touched those elements that I believe are so valuable. Thank you very much. We conclude the panel. The chair has the floor. Thank you very much to everyone for this very enriching exchange of ideas. I think that for all of us who have participated in this first session, this has been very useful. I want to congratulate very particularly the panelists, the delegations, for the excellent discussion of opinions that we've had, especially regarding the assessment and the evaluation of South-South and Triangular cooperation. In my case, there are many reflections that come from this panel, and regarding which I would like to make some comments after lunch. I know we are now in lunchtime, but I also believe that given the discussion that we've had, there are many issues on which we can continue to work in this forum. There are concrete suggestions, and we will reflect about that as we come back from lunch. I understand that before lunch, I promise we won't take more time from you before lunch, but we have the possibility of taking a family picture here with the flags. So please, I invite you to do this, and afterwards we go to have lunch, and at 2:30 in the afternoon we come back to this room to continue with our discussion. So once again, thank you very much, and let us take the picture.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. We're going to wait for a couple of minutes for the delegations to arrive before we begin. We apologize.
Bueno, vamos.
Very well. We're going to begin this afternoon's session. Well, thank you. And so, as we had said earlier, we will begin this second segment. But first of all, I would like to make some remarks on this morning's segment. And some of the matters that I believe will serve as a guide for our future work within the framework of this conference. Quite clearly, one of the first matters that is more than evident to all of us who represent the cooperation agencies in our countries of Latin America and the Caribbean is that, of course, the priority must continue to be in continuing to cooperate. That is what we know how to do. That is what we do. And clearly, we have an issue or shortcomings, if you like, linked to assessment, evaluation, and the quantification of South-South cooperation. And one of these issues, or one of the difficulties that we have, is the comparability of what we do among our cooperation agencies and within the framework of cooperation in general. Throughout the presentations this morning, we were able to see that there are multiple mechanisms and instances, and that probably there's a need to simplify this proliferation of matters. We have the conceptual framework, obviously, we have UNCTAD, we have CERIX, within the framework of the Iberian American Conference, and we have the TOSDI process. And quite clearly, all of this also brings us to reflect on aspects where it is necessary to consider matters linked to quantification, but also qualitative aspects of South-South cooperation. And we must not lose sight of the need to maintain these qualitative aspects in our focused efforts to assess the impact of South-South cooperation. This is an excellent space to do just that for our countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. And in this sense, the presentations shared this morning by Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Mexico, of course, also ECLAC, the University of San Martin in Argentina, Cuba, among others. I believe they show the multiplicity of stakeholders intervening here. On the one hand, the states, and in this sense, I believe that we must particularly appreciate this vision of solidarity, and that as was said by the representatives of Brazil, Mexico, and Colombia, with their opening to provide assistance, to favor the exchange of good practices, knowledge. Without a doubt, this is one of the wealths of these forums. And in this sense, I would like to thank all of these countries with whom we maintain exchanges. In fact, Argentina has an avenue with Brazil, and as the delegate from Mexico said, they were also interested in exchanging with Mexico, and the generous offer by Colombia. I believe that all of these matters are obviously proof that there is horizontal approach, there is a solidarity approach among the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, and that this approach shares a vision of mutual benefit, which is essential in any South-South cooperation process. There were a series of suggestions made this morning. One linked to setting up a permanent group of reference. This was proposed by Colombia. And it is interesting. It is something that we would have to explore more, thinking on how to mainstream these dialogues. And those countries that are interested in elaborating on this type of work may find at this type of fora space for exchanging of best practices and improving our capacities. One of the aspects that I believe we should highlight is that there are other stakeholders in addition to states that can make contributions. In fact, ECLAC, based on the presentations by Andres, show the work carried out on this, which is extremely valuable. But I would like to highlight the cooperation that Argentina had with a university player, such as the National University of San Martin. And that the presentation shows that states are able to carry out this sort of action. The search for complementarities and synergies with academic sectors in our countries. In fact, here there are two Argentine universities, the Catholic University of Córdoba, the National University of San Martin, and that have worked and continue to work on issues related to international cooperation this is a viewpoint that supplements what we do and enriches us. So I believe that this is something that in this next panel, when we will delve into this issue more deeply, we must appreciate the role played by academic institutions. There is also a proposal made by Mexico on holding specific workshops on these matters, and we are particularly thinking of matters linked to the framework of UNCTAD. But without this overloading our agenda unnecessarily, unfortunately, we're able to hold activities online and also among a group of countries. And I would like to highlight this because our experience with Brazil, for example, is of mutual benefit. And it is very flexible, and everyone learns from reciprocal experience. I believe that the agenda that we will be working with UNCTAD and the UNCTAD appraisal method, many countries here have expressed our interest in being party to this and must also be integrated more effectively to the work agenda that we're considering right now. And of course, additionally, countries that do not have much experience in other processes, but in countries where there are representatives of Latin America and the Caribbean that do have that experience and that may share their views on this. For example, I'm thinking of TOSDI and how this might provide a perspective of the region in terms of how to be engaged with the process. Speaking to the comments made by Chile and Uruguay, and we know that Brazil and others share regarding the pillars of TOSDI and how to reflect this or how to engage more strategically and from a viewpoint more focused on South-South cooperation in all of these matters. And so consequently, there is a multiplicity of initiatives, quite clearly. Many do supplement each other. I think that we also have a need, and in that I coincide with the presentation given or made by ECLAC to the statistics division of ECLAC, in terms of making the entire system a bit less heavy going, highlighting correspondence, and that in this process, or as we move forward in these aspects related to appreciation and evaluation, we should not lose sight of the fact that our function is to cooperate, because neither are we going to dedicate all our time to assessing and evaluating if the process is going to distance us from our primary aims. And additionally, the institutional capacities that our cooperation agencies have are not unlimited. And so undoubtedly, we need to find a balance between the two. But I believe that the positive thing about all this is that we are countries of the South with common interests, with common issues, and basically what we're looking for is to improve the way that we are addressing South-South cooperation.
Sentido,
And in this sense, I believe that the panel in the morning, as interesting as it was, from diverse perspectives of the states as well as of civil society and international agency, have presented to us the diverse faces of this agenda. And they will contribute to our reflections in the future. Also, I believe it allows me to point out from our perspective the value of a forum such as this, where all of us may share this experience, exchange good practices, and especially with a view of solidarity, to try and help each other so that in our internal processes and in our regional processes, we may be able to improve the impact of cooperation that comes from Latin America and the Caribbean in benefit of the countries of our region. Aware, from my perspective, this first segment complied with the expectations of what we expected of it. We have a second segment that will link with other problems, as we said previously, and that has been insinuated at the start of our conversation. It involves the presence of other actors, where obviously they form an integral part of international cooperation. It's not only the states that cooperate, but quite to the contrary, the cooperation should include international cooperation, the South-South cooperation, the triangular cooperation, should include the perspective of other stakeholders. And with my reflections on the academy and the role of the universities in our region, especially the private sector and the civil society, these are aspects that are absolutely essential and that have covered and become more and more relevant. In the second part, we will have the opportunity to continue analyzing in depth these matters. Our countries have experience that are very interesting, and our partners have interesting experience too. So this is the case of ARECID, the Spanish Agency of International Cooperation, of our German partners of the GIC, and we have experiences that can enrich us on these discussions. Obviously, this matter will be considered and not depleted in this panel that we shall cope with the multi-stakeholder strategies. It will need more interaction and broaden the spectrum of the stakeholders involved for the future. Clearly, I insist that the cooperation South-South of these countries that we are represented here at ECLAC is not depleted in the institutional stakeholders and the state stakeholders, but it is richer as there are many more stakeholders of our society involved in this process. So, I understand that we are ready to proceed with the second stage of this event. As I have mentioned, we now have the possibility of carrying out a panel on the multi-stakeholder strategies, opportunities for international development cooperation. And in the first place, I would like to give the floor to Luis so that he presents this panel, and then I will continue to moderate. Thank you, and also to excuse myself. On the paper I appeared moderating, but at 4 o'clock I have to attend a call, and Mateo, the president, has explained this well. He will continue with the moderation. To the importance of facing the process of cooperation as we are with the challenges of the 2030s from a multi-stakeholders point of view. It is not only that deals with what is state-owned, but the only possible actor is a responsible one. The importance to mobilize resources of the 2030 agenda, the apparition, the involvement of other actors, other stakeholders is something that is also important. We want to examine this, analyze in depth, see the private sector, the academia, the system of the United Nations as a whole, and civil society, disaggregated sometimes into philanthropy, the offices, there's many disaggregation and many officers we have not seen, whom we have not assigned the necessary value. We illuminate other actors, and that sometimes are aside. We want to see this space, we want to bring them, and we hope that the cooperation we shall have now and that will moderate Mateo will help us out in this sense to always have in mind what the second conference will be. What we have this morning already analyzed, and how we will add value to the second conference, how we will make use of the scenario of the regional United Nations, the capacity of summoning other stakeholders to this conversation, and the assessment of other subjects we might seem important to us. The stakeholders will be important in this perspective, that they should be included in our conversations in the United Nations and the agencies of cooperation and the university that is here with us. Mateo, you continue with the moderator role. Thank you, Luis. I think that in the framework of these conversations, we are celebrating what we have according to our objective is to think how we can analyze in depth this problem, make it more strategic to the coming meetings that we will develop. This is a young forum. It is one that has an added value to it and an intrinsic value also. The capacity of ECLAC to summon is undoubtful, and we make use of it to build on this basis and some other stakeholders to this idea. Others interested in participating in this discussion, specifically from Latin America and the Caribbean. We know there are more actors than those represented at this meeting, and on this basis we have to summon them and involve all of us in these discussions. We will then focalize on the second panel. As the Secretary of the Commission of ECLAC has said, Luis Yáñez, we will start off with the words of Alfonso Abdo, Advisor on Matters of Cooperation in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Human Mobility of Ecuador. Alfonso, you're recognized. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the Board of Directors, distinguished delegates. It's an honor for me to participate in this meeting to deal with this subject of the strategies of a multi-stakeholder and the cooperation that is South-South and triangular in a sustainable development in our region. As is indicated by the document, Challenges of South-South and the Caribbean, Latin America and the Caribbean for the sustainable development, this cooperation, South-South and triangular, has grown in the last years, as we have been able to observe. Challenges, however, exist to maximize its impact. The articulation of the diverse stakeholders involved. In this sense, in forums such as the General Secretariat of Iberoamerica and in the data given by member countries, the participation of non-state stakeholders as the civil society and the academia and non-governmental institutions continue to be limited in most of the South-South cooperation projects. This limits the sustainability of them and makes use of the potential that each stakeholder may contribute with. Today, we have a 2030 agenda and its objectives of development that, thanks to a massive development, have become a navigation charter for multiple actors, not only the official ones. This has motivated not only the participation of more and more stakeholders in a more active way, but even if you look at it in detail, it has motivated the reinvention of roles, the reinvention of intervention models, and even business models, making these stakeholders become participants in the sustainable development of certain areas and zones of influence. In this diversity of stakeholders, we find strengths. We find differentiators that may allow us to overcome certain traditional weaknesses in cooperation, such as the case of dynamics that are extensive for the negotiation of projects, as well as the counter-political technical cycles, or as always, the insufficiency of funds for the development of projects and development. As established by the Agenda 2030, it is the task of everyone not to leave anyone behind. For this reason, we must double our efforts to promote mechanisms of participation of multi-stakeholders that are more open and more efficient. In Ecuador, aware of this reality, we have had successful initiatives, and I name just one of them, to show you this potential. I would like to start off by the initiative of Ecuador Without Malnutrition. This is an incentive that has summoned the society as a whole, as it has a clear objective, that is to decrease the index of chronic malnutrition of children that in Ecuador is prevailing. The sensitivity of this issue, as well as the multi-causal action of the same, has summoned many stakeholders, and this is how we have the academia, the local governments, the cooperation to the NGOs, to organizations of civil society working for this objective, and the consultative council has been developed to see strategies and dialogue to this problem. This has allowed that in a few years only, we have been able to measure in the last survey developed by the officials how there existed a reduction of 2 points in chronic malnutrition of children of 5 years and less, and from 1 to 2 years. There's been an impact that is general, that has been very good.
Likewise, other processes like the Alliance for Biodiversity Project, this has been carried out with the UNDP and it has been done in connection with the civil society. So through dynamic agreements, it has been possible to keep fragile ecosystems. Over 50,000 hectares of vulnerated ecosystems have been recovered, and capacities have been developed in thousands of persons for the management of local biodiversity. Now, for local cooperation development, San Imbabura, San nutritional and food security as an effective cooperation mechanism. This project, which has been implemented in the province of Imbabura, has brought together entities like FAO, the Spanish cooperation, the local governments, and that's very important, farmers and indigenous organizations, and the private sector to face food security and sustainable agriculture. There are three key areas in this project: strengthening of productive capacities, promotion of sustainable agriculture, and development of local markets. It is interesting to be able to analyze how each stakeholder contributed with their own expertise, with their own resources, and that generated or guaranteed the success of this experience. Despite the challenges of coordinating this type of projects, it is a reflection of how, when you have the will of the stakeholders to work on the territories and you include the final beneficiaries, you can obtain good results. Involving different stakeholders generates networks, citizens' networks, and these networks allow to increase the governance and the institutionality in our countries beyond the official institutions, one of the three traps that were mentioned in the opening remarks by the chairman this morning. So the active participation of the non-state stakeholders is fundamental. These projects that I have mentioned very briefly show that multi-stakeholder cooperation is an important tool to face difficult challenges and attain what we want, which is sustainable development. By working together, the governments, the international organization, the civil society, and the private sector, it is possible to generate innovative solutions, long-lasting solutions that benefit local communities and also global communities. This has led us to identify some keys for success that these projects have had, but that we can transmit. In the first place, something to mention, the chronic children malnutrition. The multi-stakeholder approach needs to define common goals benefiting all the stakeholders. This has a very high power to invite everyone to participate, then to be able to establish dialogues and permanent understanding of each other. To establish these dialogue channels allows for cooperation to be effective amongst the different stakeholders. And even more important than that, trust is generated, and then we can build societies based on trust. A third key is to generate equity and complementarity. It is important to guarantee an equitative participation of all the stakeholders, recognizing in that way their individuality, their contributions, and their specific capacities or capabilities. Also, underline the importance of transparent spaces and to have a good accountability. It is fundamental to establish this mechanism that ensure a good utilization of resources and effectiveness of the activities. This leads to processes based on trust. And for all this, the state plays a fundamental role. The crucial role of the state in the multi-stakeholder activities is based on the creation of a good environment that incentivizes the participation of the stakeholders. This implies basically to establish legal and regulatory frameworks. That is, the state should create frameworks allowing collaboration between public and private stakeholders, so of the civil life and not the other way around. Sometimes the regulations limit participation. Also, to promote the exchange of information and knowledge, it is fundamental to foster the exchange of information and knowledge amongst the different stakeholders to strengthen capabilities. And here, going back to the logic of networking work, if you want something to work, you must deliver first. That is, the government should not only facilitate and promote exchange of information, but must open information to promote it. And of course, to underline the role of the state to find financial sources for the multi-stakeholder initiative. The state can devote economic resources, financial resources, but they are scarce, and also but funds or co-financing funds can be provided to finance this type of cooperation projects, which, as I mentioned this morning, are triggers of social processes that allow to make progress regarding the development goals of each country. Multi-stakeholder cooperation appears as a fundamental tool to potentiate the South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean, take advantage of the different stakeholders' capabilities to reach the 2030 agenda. Ecuador, through these few experiences that I have mentioned and many others, has shown its commitment with this approach, and we encourage the other countries of the region to work in the same way for a more sustainable and inclusive future. From Ecuador, we invite to strengthen dialogue and collaboration mechanisms amongst the different stakeholders through the promotion of active participation of the civil society, the private sector, the academy, and the South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation with a mechanism like funds to support multi-stakeholder initiatives, innovative and that have a high impact. Thank you very much. I would like to thank Alfonso Abdo, Advisor for Cooperation Issues, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Human Mobility of Ecuador, for his contributions, which are certainly very important for this panel. And now I would like to give the floor to José Luis Pimentel, General Coordinator of Spanish Cooperation for the Southern Cone of the Spanish Agency for International Development Cooperation, AECID. Thank you very much for the invitation. On behalf of the Director of AECID, AECID, I would like to thank them and Argentina in the secretariat of this meeting. I want to strengthen the Spanish cooperation vis-a-vis triangular and South-South cooperation. I would like to reinforce our alignment and our thrust to the Ibero-American space of which we are a part, and that has been our battle horse when we have had to work in this instrument that has been there for 20 years. As Spanish cooperation, for several years we've been reflecting about multi-stakeholder alliances, and we have developed a specific guide on multi-stakeholder initiatives, which was proposed in the beginning as a development. We needed a better development to approach public-private alliances, PPAs, especially in our relationship with the private sector. This has been taking place in the last 10 years, but we realized that this was not only with the private sector, but civil society organizations also. The Spanish cooperation is very intensive in its work through the Spanish development organizations, but also the academy, the unions, decentralized cooperation, a whole set of stakeholders that in one way or another contribute to development and generate alliances that, even though they are not structured as such, they work in this direction. And that has led us to what we have, to the document that we have today, guidance for multi-stakeholder alliances. This guide shows that many of the problems we face cannot be approached by only one organization, nor with traditional approaches based on projects. So it is necessary to establish collaboration, spaces of collaboration amongst different stakeholders that combine skills, resources, capabilities, and that integrate private and public areas, the capabilities of the academy, unions, etc. The 2030 Agenda tells us clearly that in order to implement deep structural changes like the ones mentioned in the 16 SDGs, we need alliances, we need connections that bring together the possibilities provided by the collaboration at different levels of public collaboration, national, regional, local, as well as, and we also need the different institutions that are a part of the country, civil society, etc., as I have mentioned already. The capacity these multi-stakeholder alliances have to bring together the capabilities of the different stakeholders is very high. So if you add up mutual benefits, this is also better than the costs involved. So multi-stakeholder initiatives from our point of view have several advantages. The first one is to maximize synergies and to take advantage of the perspectives and the resources of the different stakeholders to work in a more strategic way and thus improve the scope and avoid duplicating work. It is possible to join resources from different stakeholders, not only financial, but also skills. And it has a very important potential to generate strengthening of capacities and strengthening of institutions. From our point of view, this is one of the main aspects that these alliances show, the capacity, the capability they have to improve the quality of their partners and then to allow to overcome limitations in different fields. And it is also an opportunity for certain interest groups that sometimes are excluded from these dialogue processes. It is an opportunity for these groups to allow them to have more proactive roles when they deal with issues that have to do with regional, local, and national aspects. And then we have the change processes, and these alliances can have a long-lasting impact. Finally, something that right now is our guidance when working with multi-stakeholder alliances, which is including innovation. The idea is that these alliances are very effective to test and try innovative solutions, to have new experience, to escalate. This learning approach is very important to appreciate how much collaborative solutions or some elements of those can expand and inspire the development of new models in other places. Therefore, it is important to have the space for experiences, to develop pilot projects that allow us to make mistakes and not be afraid of that, and in that way improve. So these are the potentiality. Of course, there are risks involved, and we have to take into account the risk to see how to mitigate them from the very beginning. One of them is the approach. It's not easy to come to a common approach and have activities aimed towards goals.
Very often, the partners have different agendas or different goals, and therefore you have to invest time in order to identify where the synergies are and where is the common and central key objective for all. There is an issue of expenditure. It's difficult to harmonize spending. Each one has different capacities, different times for implementation. And to put all of this in the same bag, it's highly complex. Therefore, from the beginning, you need to work in clarifying what is it that each one contributes to, in what time, how it is hired, the time issue, that it is redundant in all of this. The transaction costs are very high when generating partnerships. I have signed a partnership to provide photovoltaic energy in the camps of refugee camps in Sudan, and this has been for 5 years. That involves Spanish companies, NGOs, everybody to come into an agreement so as to start that up. And then finally, and very important, jointly with innovation, is the leadership and distribution of roles. Very often, the success of the partnership or the alliance can be limited by a possible perception among different partners of imbalance of powers. This is important in triangular cooperation, where the objective is to generate horizontal cooperation relations, but not to confuse leadership with the space of power. It's important to clarify this from the very beginning when setting up all these alliances or partnerships. So with this groundwork, and please, if the Spanish agency has started only from recently what we have called our approach of advanced cooperation. This has to do with the approach of transition development. I will not dwell on that, highly related to it. This advanced cooperation approach is based on 3 major programs that we are developing in Spanish cooperation. The first one is called Interconecta program. It is developed in 4 training centers in Guatemala, Colombia, Bolivia, and Montevideo, Uruguay. Where multi-stakeholder, expert officials of public administrations of all the region and Spain is developed a partnership in specific topics with development objectives, SDGs or 2030 agenda, which is mainly public innovation, in research of a regional, national nature, in programming activities, not only with meetings in the training centers, but also it involves a series of virtual meetings. And the idea is to see to the challenges of the region in matters of development. The methodology that we have developed for the last 20 years in these training centers is being extrapolated to cooperation programs, and mainly the ones of the Southern Cone, where Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, and Chile participate, and the triangular program as well. It is about understanding, firstly, that classical cooperation that we have conducted in the past, that we have supported in triangular cooperation, does have limitations, somewhat because of the risks we've mentioned previously. And thus, we have set up these programs that have the following characteristics. The first one is that we plan to develop a more horizontal cooperation where we see that it's the distribution of roles is ever more diffuse. And the experience tells us that initiatives emerge jointly and everybody learns along the way. For example, these days we are concluding the second phase of a successful project that emerged as a need to strengthen the capacity of registration of femicides in El Salvador based on Peru and Spain, but it has generated important changes in public policy in Peru that were not expected. So these reflections we make as to different projects is what has made us think that we need to move towards a more horizontal relationship in cooperation. Of course, cooperation for development shouldn't lose targets, which is the changes of public institutions and reforms of public institutions in which we all work. Secondly, we want this cooperation to be focused in generating public value through collaborative methodologies. As I was saying, the idea is that the most orthodox approach of planning by results is not appropriate for the context. We need to have collaboration spaces with the participation of different players at different tiers, levels that can test and prove and share different solutions. This has been the result of a recent call on triangular cooperation. And for example, no longer do we ask for a project document, rather a note with a challenge to be addressed. And based on that, we generate a collaboration space among all countries where the different stakeholders, first, a definition of self-knowledge. Then they move to co-create solutions to the challenges raised, and therefore a program for activities, exchanges of knowledge, of guidelines, of protocol, public policies, and so forth. But the idea of collaborative design from the very start is key for proposals to have a better development later on and to be more horizontal. A third aspect that we would like to address in triangular cooperation is that the participation of multi-tier players is very important. However, not to lose the leadership of governments. We've asked for that, and of governments through the agencies and cooperation agencies. Therefore, the recent proposals were not submitted to Spanish cooperation, but rather in these agencies on cooperation, and they prioritized the dialogue with Spanish cooperation. Which points were prioritized, which were left out. We want to insist in that the leadership and commitment of our cooperation agents is key in order to provide greater consistency, coherence to this document that tends to a certain fragmentation. So how to make all these actions to truly have consistency, focusing on public policies, and so we have a very important role to play here. And that was more or less the conclusion. How are we approaching triangular cooperation and in advanced cooperation? I can tell you on another day how is that linked to the different stages. Thank you, Jose Luis, for your presentation indeed. All of us here value the experience of ICID in these matters. Of the many important points of your presentation, firstly, perhaps a request. You mentioned the guide that ICID developed in multi-stakeholder cooperation. It would be wonderful if all of us here could have that guide or handbook. I mean, in addition to the lesser or greater experience we have, we are mindful of the advantages, but also of the risks of the multi-stakeholder cooperation. And particularly if we think about the private sector, that very often cooperating with the private sector in the traditional approach of cooperation could be a taboo topic because agendas are not always the same ones, nor the objectives. And the harmonization of the approaches is not always simple. You've pointed out all these risks, but to have certain criteria that will guide our work, and at the same time from cooperation agencies that you can allow us to have that leadership in the multi-stakeholder cooperation process, I think it's very useful for all of us. Clearly, both in the presentation of Ecuador as well as that of Spain, those synergies that can be achieved are clearly identified. And also the challenges raised within that framework, and also an aspect that I think that we particularly value of this last convening to cooperation made by Spain is that to be able to start based on this document Jose Luis was mentioning, and that allows us to build among all, of course, from the national cooperation agencies, but also in cooperation with subnational players and with civil society, universities, etc. Our friend from Ecuador was referring to the importance of subnational and local governments in this, although it's not exactly multi-stakeholder cooperation in countries like ours, like mine, which is a federal country, Argentina, or others of Latin America. To articulate at subnational level is quite a challenge also. And of course, in this framework, these are things that call for reflection and thoughts, and this is a forum that eventually, towards the future, may also go deep into the interaction among us, national, international cooperation agencies and subnational provinces, regions, districts, however our states are set up. Now, I would like to give the floor to Veronica Suarez, Coordinator of Institutional Relations at the Uruguayan International Cooperation Agency. Veronica, you have the floor. Thank you very much for the invitation to be part of this panel meeting, and hopefully I will add value to what has been presented and discussed throughout the morning and now. Also, thank you to the other panel members. I would like to give you some specific examples and also the work that is being done at the level of regional blocks. The collaborative approach is key, or the involvement of stakeholders vis-à-vis complex challenges and global challenges. The importance of building synergies, combining resources, know-how, capacities of different stakeholders, and also bear in mind different approaches and perspectives. There are different cases in health, climate change, local development. I could quote in the field of health that of the pandemic, everything that has been primary care in health it's key that it be reinforced. Last year in Uruguay, with the support of World Bank, IDB, and WHO and PAHO, an alliance for primary care and health, and therefore setting up a working pilot, something what Jose Luis said, the importance of these pilot programs.
Health, intelligence, and this effort for the various national institutions and international cooperation, as well as UN agencies, may strengthen resources, their efficiency, and allowed having health intelligence, an interagency initiative between the Ministry of Health in Uruguay, WHO, AUSI, and Office of the Resident UN Coordinator in Uruguay, and created this effort to centralize South-South and triangular cooperation provided by the country. Above all, as offerer, and also the construction of initiatives that are horizontal among countries, exchange. So this fostered creating a partnership or a public policy that was more stable in that area, and so facilitate what had been Uruguayan experience in COVID management, and also other matters such as mentioned by the ECLAC consultant, all those matters. And also, we believe that this is experience that is occurring in Uruguay and may be replicated in other areas of knowledge. And this would allow us to have a systemization of best practices in health, and the idea of creating an open depository that may be discussed nationally among different stakeholders as well as internationally, and bringing the voice to different fora based on scientific evidence. This allowed the network to create, developed to a multicentric network of health policies and actions, and that today not only involves university, civil society, and the public sector, but also centers of relevance, and that today are doing comparative analysis of cases. And all of this, we believe, is turning out very well. And the systemization is key. You need data, scientific evidence to be able to make decisions, especially related to health. This is something that we have been highlighting in this entire generation of alliances that leads to R&D is very relevant. Other examples come, for example, in creation of consortiums and sectoral networks that link academia, government, and enterprises, generation of specific projects, for example, the case of the Digital Alliance Latin America, EU. At least in our case, this has allowed us to begin visualizing different stakeholders involved in the various components of the Digital Alliance and how they interact. And through cooperation, we can facilitate the creation of national groups that work and advise decision makers, and coordinated work with the Foreign Office. And then today, this is clear, the creation of R&D and how research centers, academia, private sector, and governments, and also mentioned here is philanthropy. How this gain in protagonism, foundations, Bill and Melinda Gates, Bloomberg, that are investing resources and supporting research projects, such as the case of the Center for Molecular Imagery in Montevideo, another regional hub. Charles Zuckerberg has also supported the region. And this appears as a door open to opportunities. And sometimes the research centers themselves have had access to resources that not even the countries have been able to negotiate or have restrictions. And the other thing, as Jose Luis was saying, the provision of space for co-creation, open innovation, solution to global issues. One example of co-creation that is ongoing and that is interesting is Expo Saka in Japan. And a rationale was created in this exhibition that will be held next year, and that all countries must support within the spirit of co-creation or as partners of co-creation. And this enables you to, as the country contributes to the co-creation, which is a challenge in meeting the 2030 agenda, you're also part of a contest for good best practices. Future societies, imagery of life, a very interesting image at the expo. And this will have world repercussions because it leads to a new methodology. Because previously, cooperation was relevant, but was kept to economic and commercial matters. But solutions to new or access to new solutions and challenges. And then blended finance, support for sustainable finance. In this case, just recently, with the OECD in Uruguay, we launched the Leo 2023 report, but we wanted to do something different to how the report had been presented previously in the region. And we held panels for dialogue on sustainable alliances. And so this convened the public organizations that had been worked with sovereign bonds linked to climate change, and then also the private banking system, the stock market, and traders. Everyone who is part of sustainable finance, and how international agencies intervene, UNDP, World Bank, IDB, all supporting these processes, and all instruments directed towards the preservation of the environment, innovation, renewable energies, producing safe food, and so on. And this dialogue that was created in defining global standards for sustainability as well. And there, I believe that the issue of sustainable finances is today gaining in relevance. And the common definitions, taxonomies, and others that are being discussed worldwide, and the different national, international stakeholders may contribute to that. Then we can also speak of, focused on giving examples in Mercosur, how we have been working on some initiatives, just to mention a regional bloc, and foster rural development projects, for example, family farming, sustainable farming, and different cooperation agencies that have been working on these processes with the various communities and different levels of sub-government, what we call department or municipal levels of government, and the different opportunities that arise. I think that in Mercosur, there is interesting work done in terms of border management, which is no minor issue. And this also highlighted the role of decentralized cooperation, but this goes beyond the challenges and issues related to the borders, and how together it is possible to resolve difficulties, for example, legislative harmonization, and how that has an impact on health and safety, migration, border patrols. And this is something that international cooperation and various agencies are working on bilaterally, but also with help from the development agencies or the UN or the EU are all supporting these processes. So, well, ultimately, it's key. The union among these multi-stakeholder groups, cooperation agencies and development agencies are all key to bringing together these processes. at local level as well as domestically, the creation of learning communities and systemization of outcomes. And the evidence of participatory processes is something very relevant to make visible the efforts that have been made in this direction and fostering efficacy and efficiency, leveraging these financial, technical, and human resources jointly among the various stakeholders, getting each intervention to achieve not only outcomes at local level, but also perhaps beyond, with a greater impact at regional level or whatever. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Verónica, por la presentación.
Thank you, Veronica, for sharing that experience of Uruguay, a multi-stakeholder engagement. You've pointed to so many examples of things that Uruguay is doing, very, very positive, and show that these could also be replicated in our other countries. Because we're doing similar things in other countries. And the good thing about this segment is that also it allows us to compare experiences. And undoubtedly that is essential. So, as Veronica was saying, this of the possibilities of mobilizing resources, that is essential, especially considering the budget difficulties that we face in different places and resource mobilization. Resources are not always sufficient to address these cooperation projects, but many maybe there are other stakeholders that would contribute. Undoubtedly, this last point of the scale is something that often, and Ecuador this morning was also mentioning this, scaling up cooperation also implies that based on virtuous processes in combination with other stakeholders, the impact of our cooperation may be multiplied, and also there's the sustainability over time. Of course, our aim in our cooperation projects are often, well, South-South cooperation is carried out from state to state. But precisely what allows us, this allows us to engage other stakeholders and scale up what is done in the medium term. Evidently, subsequently replicated. So the possibility of replicating these good examples, as Veronica said, is something that is extremely valuable with regard to this form of cooperation. I'm sure that the countries represented here, we have many more examples of multi-stakeholder cooperation. But not only countries, I would like to invite others to make your contributions to this and also tell us your view from different viewpoints, because this is not just a dialogue. I'm sure we all agree that this is not a dialogue among countries, cooperation agencies. This is a dialogue among all stakeholders. South-South cooperation, triangular cooperation, without a doubt, is enriched with this perspective of incorporating other actors to the state actors. So now I invite you to sustain a dialogue about this. And first of all, I recognize Mexico. I would merely like to comment that in Mexico a few years ago, in 2021 in fact, we launched a toolkit a compendium of tools to manage multi-stakeholder alliances. It is available online and for everyone who would like to download it. And it guides you step by step the moments when the alliance begins to come about and provides practical tools to have a more fluid dialogue and achieve common goals so that these alliances may meet the proposed objectives. Having a multi-stakeholder alliance invariably implies visualizing the sum of the efforts that the alliance may lead to outcomes greater than the sum of the efforts. And so not all projects are seen as multi-stakeholder alliances. We know that this is not easy, and in that I agree with Spain. Managing multi-stakeholder alliances could be not that easy, and the transaction costs may be very high and lead to paralysis at some point, because these alliances require of great availability and have always been working for common goals.
También quisiera poner sobre la mesa que siempre
I would like to express that we always bring in other stakeholders who speak about the local governments, the academia, the private sector, and today in the morning we were learning to the traps in which Latin America suffers. So the cooperation should bring stakeholders such as startups, association of entrepreneurs, and think about more powerful participants that can bring a greater flow of resources to the table and with which we can work large-scale projects. This is a subject that depends on the Agenda 2030. It can be esoteric for many countries, for many cooperating parties, but if we are to speak about multi-stakeholders, we have to think of others, not only the traditional ones that we always mention, and that now we have to expand our horizon to really generate a more sustainable development. Thank you. Thank you, Fabiola. Undoubtedly, there's many more stakeholders than what normally we mention. Veronica has mentioned also foundations that are philanthropic and not necessarily within the range of our radar. They deal with the situation of our countries. And there's another reflection that deals with all these matters, pointed out by Veronica. We're all average income countries. We do not qualify for bilateral participation, but starting from the multi-act stakeholders alliance, we can see ways of working agendas in an integrated fashion, more regional maybe. And this is something that we have to think about, as it not only has an impact on one country, but in a number of our countries to think in this way. Undoubtedly, there are many more stakeholders that we have to involve. We have to analyze how to involve them. And on this road, challenges lie ahead. This has been pointed out by Mexico and Spain. We have agendas that have to make compatible working modalities that not necessarily are the same. But undoubtedly, it is a challenge that is worthwhile to take over. I would now like to recognize Colombia. Thank you. From Colombia, we want to share with you the instruments through which we have incorporated the multi-stakeholders alliances to our session and the challenges that we have in this area. First, the multi-stakeholder is incorporated in our national way of cooperation led by our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Planning Office, and the Presidential Office of International Cooperation. We believe it is fundamental within a system that basically is a constellation of institutional coordination, not only with national and subnational entities, but with the academia and social society to align elements that seem very important to us in the Multi-Stakeholders Alliance and understand what are the interests and the agendas to find the common points and work with this aim in mind. We think that these have an advantage, and this is the appropriation. When we make an impact of development in the territories, we're not only impacting those beneficiaries, but all the surroundings and ecosystems that are present in the problem or the challenge that we're trying to overcome. In Colombia, we have a National Strategy of International Cooperation renewed for 2023-2026. From the beginning in our strategies, we saw to the need of working hand in hand with strategic partners, with social society, with the academia, with the private sector, and unions to have results of greater impact and more scope. To share these resources and have leaderships and share also views, points of view, we believe that as a state, we must guide and listen to other voices so as to integrate them in our work and have a greater impact. We wish to share with you concrete examples that from the agency we have led in the Multi-Stakeholders Alliance. One is that many of you already know our instrument of tripartite mechanism with GIS and the European Union. This is triangular, where we see the South-South cooperation systems, how horizontal it may be, and the mutual benefit, where there is a contribution that is equitative not only at the financial level but also technical. The governance of this instrument is shared throughout the whole cycle of the program. We wanted to point out that in the last summoning of the year 2023, of 73 proposals that we received, 27% belong to the academia, 22% to civil society, and 21% to the private entities. So we see with pleasure that more and more stakeholders are getting close to these instruments, understanding the relevance of cooperating with these projects and initiatives that aim and nurture those programs. The other thing that we wish to share with you as an innovating strategy from Colombia is called the Program for South-South Cooperation with the Peace for Colombia and the rest of the world. It is a triangular cooperation that we have with African countries, precisely the Democratic Republic of Congo, Nigeria, and others. This program has a design that is methodological, that has roots of learning. What we wanted to point out here is that the process to carry out this program involved the presence of economic societies that are very important, as these are stakeholders with a regional view, but are also in the territory, and other international organizations, in this specific case, the Program for Peace of the OIA. This allows us to cause impact as they have the knowledge of the territory with a regional view to it that will give us results in the long term. We wished also to share with you another strategy that you will get to know. If you come to the space of the World Forum of Data in Medellin, it is an alliance that we have with an international agency of civil society, the PSC, together with Ghana and Kenya, working hand in hand with National Institutes of Statistics to make the access more democratic to the use of data and have social, political inclusion in this alliance that is also strategic and multi-actor, where we wish to understand what is missing and the obstacles that exist in the use of inclusive data, and strengthen the capacity of the governments and social society to generate data on communities that are vulnerable and improve their opportunities on matters of development. This is what we wish to share with you. And finally, we want to leave a message. When we speak about Multi-Stakeholders Alliance, we are seeing how in an innovative way we are generating new mechanisms to finance development. We know, all of us, that public resources are limited and that we need more and more support from other actors, and there it is important to tell you that Colombia is also constructing a strategy of innovative mechanisms of financing, understanding the ecosystem to involve the private sector, philanthropy, and also work hand in hand with these stakeholders through mechanisms such as bonds, blending, and other types of mechanisms to get a greater support to these cooperation international strategies. Thank you, Monica. The experience of Colombia is very interesting in this sense. Thank you for your contribution that you have made. And now I'd like to give the floor to the delegation of Brazil. Luisa. I was recalling that a year ago when we had the last meeting of this forum, there was a debate on this same subject, exactly this multi-cooperation, multi-stakeholders, and I see with satisfaction that we have evolved with our ideas and our contributions that seem to me today richer than a year ago. Probably we have added experience in these last months. When we speak about multi-stakeholders, we're speaking about multi-interests. Not all have the same interest that the state has. For us, and here I will allow me to share part of our own experience. Stakeholders exist that have interests that are compatible, and these normally are the academia, private right institutions of public interest. Some of them participated in Brazilian cooperation since the 70s. I don't know if you SENAI and SENAC. SENAI gives courses for professional education and more compatible as interests. It is difficult. We work together jointly. The NGOs and a private initiative are another group. It is quite possible to work with NGOs, but not always. We need to work under the direction of the government. NGOs and forums with NGOs is the forum for all types of opinions and positions. When we speak about external policy and cooperation, for us it is external policy and we have to speak with a single voice and the interest of the government. For us it is very easy to work with some actors. And we are investing a lot in these partnerships. Ecuador has mentioned something that was interesting. We are having the same experience of using dialogue forums of the government and civil society together for internal matters. We have something that is equal to yours to speak about nutrition or food and not for external cooperation. In some cases, we feel the need first to work internally to harmonize the positions and maybe in the next future work with a single objective and a single voice. This process is a gradual one. It doesn't occur from morning to night. Interests do not harmonize immediately. I wanted to share an initiative that we experimented last year after the meeting held in ECLAC of Mercosur in September. We had the summit of Mercosur, and ABC, that is our agency, was represented for something new. I carried out this work and we had to expose the Brazilian cooperation and Mercosur in this forum. We had a panel to say what Mercosur was doing in the area of international cooperation, and the public didn't know what to ask. So we saw that this first was an enormous surprise for them. We are working with cooperation of frontiers in this and on that. And they were interested but did not know how to react. We saw that it would be a process, and we would like, though, to add more partners, but I think we should do this on a gradual basis. It was an excellent experience for us. First time, I think we will repeat if it were possible. This is what I wish to share with you, and we believe that this is a gradual process, that little by little we are partners. And when this happens, normally it is irreversible. When we have a partner, generally it is a partner for the whole of life with ABC. We have partners for 50 years already, without any gap in between, because they learn a lot from us. They earn a lot of experience, and with a contract with their partners abroad, it gives them a CV, it gives them experience for the universities. It's very good. This becomes a thesis and studies and experiences. It is good for the institutions, and according to our experience, it is done on a gradual basis and a positive one. And we expect that Mercosur will follow with this process. This is what I wish to share with you. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Luisa, in the first place. Unfortunately, I couldn't participate in last year's meeting, but it's interesting, the reflection you made in the beginning, that the same discussion took place last year, and today we are demonstrating how we have learned to work in a better way in these agendas. Evidently, it is a gradual process for all our countries. We're more familiarized with working from government to government with public institutions and public institutions in our governments more than other stakeholders, particularly of the private sector, but also of the academia and the civil society. And the presence of multiple stakeholders indicates that there are multiple interests, and those interests do not necessarily converge. And obviously, from the states, what we have to ensure is that international cooperation reflects particularly the national interests of our countries, which are related with integration, with the attainment of better relationships at state level. And also in the case of Argentina, international cooperation is a tool of foreign policy, like in Brazil and other countries of the region. And there are agendas that are more compatible with this vision than others. Therefore, there are stakeholders with whom we can cooperate in a more natural way than with others. But certainly this is a learning process, and it is good to know that we are all learning. In the case of Argentina, it is a learning process as well. And there are partners with whom we have worked for decades and other partners that we are including now into our cooperation actions in different regions of the world. In that sense, I would like now to give the floor to Dominican Republic. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It seems like Spain and Ecuador proposed two ideas that would be opposed one to the other, but they go in the same orientation. Spain quotes the difficulty of creating this multi-stakeholder associations, and Ecuador says that even though it is a big challenge, just like us understands that yes, we have to work in that direction. Dominican Republic considered as a high middle income country still has many needs that should have been overcome while we were developing countries, but we need to work on migration, gender inequalities, etc. And maybe we should have escalated in that regard. This is a big challenge for us, and the European Union considers us as an upper middle income country. How, as a country, are we going to do not to lose cooperation levels, understanding that we have many aspects that are related with underdeveloping or developing countries? So in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we created a municipal or decentralized cooperation. And to conclude, the strategy that we have of empowering cooperation amongst local governments to decentralized cooperation, and in this way, topics that are very important and that we can solve in a decentralized way from the local governments, we would be already solving needs that are the responsibility of the central government. We have to understand that the Dominican Republic is subdivided in municipalities and municipal districts. 60% are municipal districts. They correspond geographically to that. 60% of the population correspond to municipal districts. The poorest part, where cooperation doesn't reach or with more difficulty, and where the responsibility of the central government reaches in a more difficult way. So the agenda with the local government has to be a priority. And the alliance in Dominican Republic, each country has their own strategy. We're a tourism country, but tourism is private. A country that still has air connection problems, but air connections are private. So for Dominican Republic, for instance, it is mandatory to have a multi-stakeholder alliance with the private sector. We can do nothing in Dominican Republic along the main axis from which our economy depends without the private sector. So finally, the multi-stakeholder strategy, maybe it's not the same for all the countries, but for Dominican Republic, the alliances between local governments and private parties is necessary to strengthen international cooperation. Thank you very much, Dominican Republic, and thank you very much for that reflection on local governments. I believe it is a problem that many of the countries were around this table, middle-income countries, high middle-income countries, or high-income countries in some cases, we face these problems. And this is a discussion that goes beyond ECLAC and that takes place at the United Nations. It is a difficult debate, a discussion where we have to be united because it is in our interest to bring or to find a consensus that will allow us to speak more loudly in this regard. And local governments here, many times, Uruguay was also pointing that out, local governments allow us to look for a shortcut to this difficulty that we have as middle-income countries. And it is a discussion that we should have from the point of view of national governments and also in interaction with our subnational governments. This is something that requires going deeper into this work from the cooperation agencies of each of our countries. I would like to ask If we have any other comments, yes, Costa Rica, please. Thank you. From the point of view of Costa Rica, I would like to coincide with what some of the main messages expressed here. First, the importance of alliances between multi-stakeholder alliances and at different multiple levels, as mentioned by Dominican Republic. From our point of view, given the complexity of the current problems, we coincide that it is not possible to approach, they cannot be approached by only one stakeholder or through conventional approaches. And we need to establish a collaboration between the multiple stakeholders. As has been said here, alliances with multiple stakeholders and PPAs contribute with innovative strategies and generate more efficiency in some cases. And this can bring about new perspectives. In our case, even though we have a clear mandate in SDG 17, how to do it is also something that is new, because evidently it would take into account stakeholders like the civil society, the academia, non-governmental agencies, multilateral banks, financial institutions. In this multiplicity of stakeholders, there are many different interests. And as mentioned by Brazil, not all the stakeholders can be approached in the same way. The profitability guarantees that a private investor will request might be very different from what an organization from the civil society might request. And in that sense, when we face a new challenge, how to approach the differences of the different stakeholders, it all depends on the capacity we have to articulate the different sectors and interests, and if we are capable of co-creating with each one of them, and that could lead to tangible results benefiting the populations that we wish to support concretely in a measurable way in their development. So from our point of view, we coincide with the challenges that have been mentioned here. Even though we all know which is the path to follow, we need to work more on the challenges and maybe those criteria that have been developed by other countries, as Spain said with their document. This could be interesting for all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you, Costa Rica. I think this is an excellent synthesis of the debates we've had. So I don't have much to add. And I do share the reflections mentioned here. We have concluded on time the second panel related with multi-stakeholder strategies. I would like to thank very particularly the panelists and the delegations that participated in these exchanges. The discussion comes on a timely basis and has given us the possibility to deepen even more on lines of action and initiatives that we need to undertake in our region in order to implement a multi-stakeholder work that really collaborates and benefits the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. I hope that to the extent that we continue to go deeper and deeper in these debates in the future, taking the reflection by Luisa, in the next debates, we should show that we continue to work on this agenda, that we continue to learn and that more and more we can incorporate new stakeholders to our cooperation actions in a more strategic way and in a way that will benefit everybody involved. Consequently, it is timely to hold this kind of dialogues and to learn from our experiences in order to enrich the perspectives of national and regional cooperation. I think then that what we can do now is to move to the next stage of this meeting, and we will listen to a presentation of the project Strengthening Feminist Foreign Policy and Feminist International Cooperation of the Regional Fund for Triangular Cooperation, Latin America and the Caribbean of ECLAC, Mexico, Chile, Colombia, and Germany. So in the first place, I would like to offer the floor to Anna Westmith, who is the director of the Division of Gender Issues in ECLAC.
Anna, you have the floor. Thank you. Good afternoon. Greetings to Miguel Estreme and from Argentina, vice chairs and delegations of member countries. Luis Llanos, Secretary of the Commission, colleagues of ECLAC, of the Secretariat of the Commission, as well as the Division of Gender Affairs, and especially cooperation agencies that are part of this project and will be able to contribute afterwards, of Chile, Mexico, Colombia, and the Regional Fund for Triangular Cooperation of DMI. GIZ. My presentation will be divided into 3 points: intergovernmental framework for the project, a sense of emergency with which it is conceived, what are the main guidelines, and we will speak about an initiative that we will propose to the presiding officers, which is a guide for mainstreaming. Firstly, you've already discussed that Latin America and Caribbean countries recognize that South-South and triangular cooperation is fundamental to address sustainable development goals without leaving anyone behind. The context is in a context of cascade crisis that has impacted the progress that the region had shown towards the SDGs. And also the pandemic showed or evidenced how gender inequalities were deepened, that they are structural. Therefore, as the Executive Secretary has said, we need to act with a sense of urgency, raise the level of ambition and scale of joint and collaborative efforts. On the other hand, we are the only region in the world that has a regional conference on women for Latin America and the Caribbean. It is in ECLAC where member states have approved a regional gender agenda that has been done with in a multi-stakeholder situation with the participation of civil society, feminist groups, academia, and international partners and multi-stakeholders, as previously explained. Specifically, in the last conference held in Buenos Aires, the countries agreed to drive sub-regional, regional, and multilateral programs through modalities of North-South, South-South, and triangular cooperation frameworks in order to move forward in this gender equality agenda. And likewise, in the first meeting of the Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation held in May of 2023, you adopted in the first resolution that subsidiary bodies of ECLAC, among others, the Regional Conference on Women for Latin America and the Caribbean, to strengthen synergies in areas related to bilateral, multilateral, South-South, triangular, and humanitarian cooperation, sustainable development, and gender equality, especially regarding the identification of common criteria guiding the evaluation and assessment of these modalities. So there is a framework, multilateral, regional framework, in addition to global pacts or agreements expressed in the 2030 Agenda and Human Rights Conventions. The sense of emergency, of urgency, this is a region that moved towards formal equality that faces a paradox. In fact, in educational matters, women exceed in rates, the rates of study education, but not in economic participation. There's a tremendous lag in the economic participation of women. There is more unemployment in many of the more transformative sectors, like in green transition or digital transition. There is a persistence of that lag. And in spite of the fact that poverty has declined, there are many more women in situation of poverty or extreme poverty. So what we have documented, this region that has formal equality and has talent expressed in this capacity needs to increase efforts in order to move towards substantive equality. The region advances in the right direction, but very slowly. And also, we need to advance with a proposal, move forward with this idea of a society of care, to place in the center the importance of care services. So, this project emerges within this context, in a practice community of the 3 countries of the region that have a foreign feminist policy, Chile, Colombia, and Mexico, jointly with Germany, that organize jointly with ECLAC in order to present in the 25th Regional Cooperation or Triangular Cooperation of GIZ and GMZ that we presented in the Salvador de Bahia conference within the Trilateral Cooperation Framework. So the project has as a purpose to move forward in the house. We know where we need to get to, but we need to strengthen capacities of foreign affairs ministries as well as cooperation agencies in the design and implementation of this type of policies that really move the ambition one step higher, the ambition of all countries have towards equality, gender equality. It has 4 lines of work. The first one is to develop institutionality within the framework of foreign affairs ministries, operational frameworks, and that will be chaired by Chile. The second line is one of precisely cooperation and guidelines, practices, methodologies, chaired by the 4 countries, but in a practice community in ECLAC. And the third one is about public role or public functions. What do we mean when we speak about gender equality? There is a public function needed in this direction. This is going to be chaired by Colombia. And the fourth one is data. Data allowing us to have statistical collections, data collections. For example, Colombia already pointed out on how to move forward in this with the gender approach. But also, we don't have comparable indicators of women in diplomatic careers or international negotiations, something that we need to highlight as well. So this is a project that is a milestone for ECLAC, GIZ, and other countries. It's the first measure of triangular cooperation on gender equality and feminist cooperation of the fund, where we are participating with a proposal that comes from the Global South. So it is practically an innovation in a way of cooperation that is triangular, but also to some extent it is a more circular triangle than triangle proper. And Germany will be participating to the partnership with BMZ, GIZ, not only from the Secretariat, but also the idea is that it can play a liaison role with the associated ministries. A key fact is not only it seeks to respond to the countries that do have a foreign feminist policy, but also to be a voice from the global south that can be useful for other countries that may have a feminist adjective. For example, we have received the interest of Brazil, and other countries have expressed interest that really want to move forward and accelerate the road towards substantive equality. The results will be presented in the third ministerial conference on feminist foreign policies that will be held in Mexico next month, but also within the framework of ECLAC in the second meeting of the Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation and in the Regional Conference on Women. The last point is that of advancing towards a guide that was somewhat present in the first conference of South-South cooperation. That is, that this is an experience where we are moving forward in ECLAC. In the Conference of Statistics in CAA, there is a guideline for the mainstreaming of gender perspective. Also in the Escazú agreement, in the last COP, this idea of mainstreaming of gender perspective was adopted. And what we want to work with you, if we have the mandate, of course, is the idea to move forward in mainstreaming gender perspective in projects and programs of international development cooperation that will serve to feed the whole cycle of projects from formulation, implementation, monitoring, evaluation, data development, information systems, criteria in order to monitor financing. And in the investigations we've conducted, countries do have more development in guidelines for bilateral projects instead of South-South or triangular cooperation projects. Therefore, we believe it is most interesting to underscore the information. There are countries that, in addition to those involved in this project, Spain has a broad development of guides in this sense. And other countries that are party states of ECLAC, but we are also interested in recovering, as the colleague from San Martin University was saying, qualitative information. What things are being done, what things are not being done, and how can we move forward? In conclusion, this project emerges with a sense of community that will be co-creative, collaborative, open, that will be set forth in an open platform in ECLAC, innovative, of collective learning, seeking to be a contribution to countries that are part of the project, but also from those countries that are part of the project towards the Latin American and Caribbean community. And not only in social dimensions, but also in environmental and economic dimensions for development. Also this morning, Colombia and Chile and Mexico mentioned not only or referred not only to cooperation, but this strong link of cooperation with foreign affairs in gender, in trade, in international trade, or definition of global public goods. For example, in the visa, and that's why I am on the other side of the Atlantic in the International Labor Conference it has been discussed for the first time the economy of care, decent work, and GRULAC has been most active in saying that care is a public good. Therefore, this definition of global public goods is being raised, which is part of foreign policy. There, the region has been very active, and we want to move towards a regional pact on bi-regional pact on care between Latin America, Caribbean, and Europe. We'll be working on this, the strengthening of the how to do it better, faster, more collaborative, and how to have results and impacts on substantive equality and the well-being of populations in all of its diversity and the most accelerated progress towards sustainable development goals. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Güemes, who is Chief of the Division of Gender Affairs at ECLAC. And now I would like to hand over to the GIZ, the German Cooperation Agency. Well, first of all, I would like to greet everyone who has taken part in this meeting of presiding officers, thank our host, ECLAC, and the presidency, Argentina, and taking the floor on this occasion. It is a pleasure to be here and speak to you about the triangular project strengthening of feminist international policy as a community of practice between Chile, Colombia, Mexico, and Germany. Our partners in Latin America and the Caribbean, financed by the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany, and managed by GIZ. I would like to once again congratulate Chile, Colombia, Mexico, and ECLAC for the initiative to present and further this project within the framework of the regional forum. The singularity and the relevance of the project has already been mentioned on several occasions, and Anna just now made it very clear as to why the project is so urgent. And here now I would like to name just a few items that are relevant from our viewpoint. The project comprises 4 countries and regional and UN agencies that collaborate horizontally to strengthen the capacities of ministries of foreign affairs and cooperation agencies at international level among the countries of Chile, Mexico, Colombia, and Germany in the design and implementation of feminist foreign policies and for international cooperation for development with a regional perspective. And it responds to the common challenge of having a conceptual and operational framework for the mainstreaming of feminist foreign policy in the countries that are partners to the project, as well as to guide other countries, as Anna just mentioned, and begin this transformation of their foreign policy for international cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean and from the global south. This is the first time that the feminist policy for cooperation for development, one of the 4 priorities of the Federal Ministry for Economic and Development Cooperation of Germany, GIZ, is the main subject of a triangular cooperation measure. And albeit the strategic partnership of ECLAC GIZ implemented by GIZ was formed in 2023, but the history goes back to the 80s. This is the first time that there's cooperation with this particular format with ECLAC. And we are pleased to extend our cooperation with ECLAC in this modality. And at the same time, both participate as parties to the project, and undoubtedly this new challenge will strengthen our ties. All of these features convert this triangular cooperation measure in an innovative, ambitious measure, and we are proud to be part of it. And today's meeting between the Regional Conference for South-Southern Triangular Cooperation represents, as expressed by various persons who took the floor during the day, a very appropriate framework to further this measure, and as well as other triangular cooperation measures, and that the countries here present are implementing. I would like to mention once again, as Anna has done, that this triangular project will be presented during the third Ministerial Conference on Feminist Foreign Policy in Mexico in July this year, and there will be presented by the head of the Division of Feminist Policy and Cooperation for Development of the GIZ, Inka Denka, in the panel on feminist foreign policies and preparation for development with Latin America and the Caribbean, a care society for a better world. And if I see correctly, this will also involve the partner countries of this project. Based thanks to the major commitment and the development of this policy, feminist policy by Germany and these countries of Latin America, and especially the partner countries to the project, as well as the major commitment by ECLAC regarding this, we're very hopeful that we will be able to, within the framework of this project, to establish a true circular cooperation, as Anna said earlier, cooperation based on the exchange of knowledge and experience in all directions and among all partners, and based on horizontality. Thank you. Thank you, GIZ, for that presentation and your words. And in general, more globally, with regard to GIZ activities in Latin America and the Caribbean, allow me to express our recognition by the countries of the region. Of course, Argentina, but I believe I also speak on behalf of other countries represented here on account of the efforts made by GIZ in terms of triangular cooperation. I think that the meeting held in Brazil, in Salvador de Bahia, recently is proof of that continuous work by GIZ. So allow me, and I may request that you convey to your authorities our gratitude for this constant readiness to work on triangular cooperation with countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. I would like to ask if there is any delegation that would like to take the floor on this occasion. And if not, in that case, we will move on to the next segment, the final segment, to first of all consider and adopt the agreements. You have before you for your consideration the agreements of this first meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean. The Secretariat has distributed this yesterday and today, with some changes introduced as a result of the exchanges of today, for the consideration of all delegations. This is a document that contains recommendations, specific recommendations, and that would represent the main agreements expressed during this meeting of presiding officers. I would like to ask the delegation if there are any further specific comments on the most recent version of these draft agreements, and if so, please indicate so before we proceed with the adoption. Mexico, please. Basically, I agree with the entire document, but in agreement number 1, it says reaffirm the importance of countries to identify common criteria for assessment and evaluation of South-South cooperation, but the common strategies were also framed for the conceptual framework for South-South cooperation and UNCTAD. And so I believe that we could say that yes, that these common criteria are for the assessment and evaluation of South-South cooperation and support the conceptual framework of UNCTAD. I do not know what the rest of the countries feel, how they feel about this. Colombia. Thank you. In Colombia, we would like simply to put to your consideration an Agreement 5, request the Secretary to prepare a substantive document exploring further the topics of assessment and evaluation of South-South cooperation, multi-stakeholder strategies for cooperation, and other forms of promoting international development cooperation for the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development to be presented to the Member States at the second section of the Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation, Latin America and the Caribbean in 2025. We believe that it is important to have this substantive document and perhaps add that it should have a roadmap. And here at this space, we have many agreements on the for what and the what, but we're short of tools for the how. And so this document should also contain a clear roadmap to have a clear horizon and the way of moving ahead in these two topics addressed here, basically the assessment and evaluation of South-South and triangular cooperation. Because based on reflection of where we stand today and where we would like to go with a strategy and a roadmap. Thank you, Colombia. Chile. Thank you. Well, similar to what was pointed out by Colombia, but now referring to Agreement 3 regarding the proposed guideline for the mainstreaming of the gender approach. I think that there are guidelines that, with the same name that already exist and have been worked on by UNDP and a number of agencies, and that it may have a more practical and approach, and as Colombia said, a sort of roadmap to move ahead concretely with the introduction of the gender approach to South-South cooperation activities, more than a conceptual document that I believe that there is already significant evidence and documents of similar characteristics, but not detracting from the relevance of the topic, of course. Very well, thank you, Chile. And now I would like to ask if there is any further observation. Of course, well, we have 3 very specific comments on various sections of the document. Quite clearly, we would have to reform them. I don't know if the Secretariat may indicate if this is something that we can do now or if this would be done subsequently. I don't know how we could proceed with this. And so if this meeting ends, we may have already a document agreed on by the end of the meeting or adopted at referendum. And so, Luis. Yes, thank you, President. I believe that we can do the following. That is to verbally agree and then recheck the text. Regarding the first point, this is something that the presiding officer is appropriate. I don't know what the textual name is, but it is appropriating the UNCTAD initiative. I don't know if someone could help me out with the official name. Do you agree? The conceptual framework. Yes, the conceptual framework. So the presiding officer appropriates it. And second, and now then this makes sense, it creates the working group, the permanent working group. and there is a logic for the action. And then 3 and 4, I believe that the key word there, and we could consider it, has to do with the action plan. That is, drafting an action plan in 3, and also, or that includes a document and with specific relation to everything else. If you agree, and if there is a vote of confidence in terms of the wording that the Secretariat could do, and we could adopt it, and then in an hour you will be receiving the revised document. Well, I think that definitely ECLAC does have our vote of confidence. Luis, thank you very much for the contribution and being able to make the necessary adjustments to the text reflecting the comments made by delegations to the document before us. And on behalf of the presidency, we join the consensus, and we believe that as a result of the meeting, having concrete actions to follow up is relevant. And this would allow us to construct on the basis of what we have already done, and also think of the next steps to be taken within the framework of the second conference to be held next year, during 2025. And so therefore, we will adopt the draft agreements with the agreement and understanding that the Secretariat will make the necessary adjustments in order to reflect the understandings reached during the course of these deliberations.
Formalizamos.
We formalize, and now I would like to give the floor once more to Enrique Oviedo so he might direct the last part of our conference. Thank you. We now have the closing session of this first meeting, and I invite Mateo that you can give us the final words chairing this conference. Thank you, Enrique. We also thank all the delegations. It's been an honor for the Argentina to preside this forum. To have been with you this day working on this agenda that is so important for all the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. Clearly, I think I mention this in name of all of us, to thank ECLAC, the Secretary of the Commission, the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Enrique Oviedo, and all the team for the support given to us throughout this day. Not only that, but all the support that they give us always. It is for us very important to have an area of encounter within ECLAC to discuss and analyze in depth our work on matters of South-South cooperation. This is our home. We feel very comfortable in participating in these deliberations and continue to do it in the future. This, in the name of Argentina, the commitment to work with whoever gets to the chair of the second conference to adequately transmit the responsibilities and to continue analyzing in depth our studies. We have many fora with the South-South cooperation. We have regional fora and lateral fora where we all participate. However, it is always an occasion to be able to meet all the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean in this, our home in Santiago de Chile. We had a very interesting discussion today. We've had two parts, one linked with evaluation of the cooperation South-South, and some of the countries of the region are more developed than others. They have more advances in this area. There are others that have advanced less, but one of the messages with which we will leave this meeting is the solidarity shown throughout the region. The countries that have been able to advance more wish to cooperate and give assistance to those countries that are more delayed. In this sense, I would like to thank Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, the University of San Martin, that is not a country but is a part of the cooperation of Argentina in matters of evaluation, for its concrete offerings of giving assistance, giving knowledge, allowing that each one of us may develop their potential power in these two important matters. That we should not be distracted from our main objective, that is to give shape to international cooperation within the framework of the region of Latin America and the Caribbean, but will allow us that cooperation should be more and more effective, having a greater impact, being more visible, and that it may allow us to find common criteria
herramientas de aprendizaje para el mejoramiento de
And this can help us learn
la región hacia el mundo. Este aspecto
this aspect undoubtedly needs more work. There are concrete proposals that have been made during this meeting, and I believe they will be reflected in the first paragraph of this agreement. Words regarding the follow-up of this work through a permanent forum where countries participate on a voluntary basis and where we can make progress, not only based on these exchanges, but based on not only based on the conferences, but also between conferences. One of the advantages is that this will allow us to come to the next conference with a higher level of development in our national systems in connection with these two very important agendas like assessment and evaluation. The second aspect is what we have just discussed, multi-stakeholder participation and the participation of others in the framework of our cooperation agendas at a national level. This topic also needs us to continue to work and to go deeper into it, but I think that the method with which we leave this meeting is a commitment of our countries to deepen actions. We cannot do cooperation only from the national states. We need all the stakeholders involved in this process, each one with their own responsibilities and their own peculiarities. Of course, the definition, the coordination, the leadership comes from the national governments. But I believe that each one of us has underscored this. Just like we cannot cooperate separately, the Latin American Caribbean countries, and we do it jointly, and we all work on actions that give us a greater potential as a region, and also in cooperation from other countries that are willing to participate in our cooperation processes. Just like we do that, we also need to look inside our countries and increase the cooperation with the academia, with the civil society, with the private sector, and of course with other stakeholders as well that are playing more and more important roles in cooperation. So I think that we leave this meeting with a series of commitments that are very tangible and very real, and that I believe will help us continue strengthening the cooperation of Latin America and the Caribbean, in Latin America and the Caribbean. From Argentina, we are committed to continue to work on this agenda, not as chair of the conference, but as participants in these meetings and also from the perspective of trying to strengthen and make more visible cooperation in the region. We have pointed it out in this meeting, and we all know this. Latin America and the Caribbean have a leadership in South-South cooperation. We are a reference in those topics. We have an enormous experience. We have been pioneers in this regard. And I believe that this fora, what they allow us is to strengthen this even more and to commit ourselves again to continue working on these agendas. So I want to thank ECLAC again for this possibility, for this work, because we have to work with the United Nations system hand in hand. The technical knowledge of ECLAC is invaluable for our countries to give us guidance, also to show us the aspects where we have not made sufficient progress, where we have to continue working, and where we have to commit ourselves again in the agendas on which we work. This is the possibility we have with the technical knowledge that ECLAC always gives us, and that undoubtedly is very much appreciated. So I would like now to conclude my closing remarks, and I would like to give the word to Mr. Luis Yáñez. Thank you to Argentina for its leadership, and thank you to Mateo Estremé for leading this conference. It's not a minor issue. We're finishing right on time. If I speak 3 times, we finish at 5:15. So we've made good use of time. We have discussed in depth the 2 topics we wanted to discuss. So I appreciate the commitment of the countries and the leadership. I would like to thank the different countries for their participation and their commitment. ECLAC has several mandates. Here, there's been a shift because we have embraced the project at UNCTAD that has to do with this assessment. A working group has been created, so there's a shift. And the tasks of ECLAC have to do with preparing a document that includes an action plan. This presiding officers meeting has changed things, has created a shift in what we're doing. Reiterate that ECLAC is here to serve the governments and propose a non-written commitment. The preparation of the South-South Conference, of the second South-South Conference, has to be done jointly under the leadership of Argentina and together with the presiding officers. And this should be the case for all the topics. So the non-written commitment is that ECLAC would like, under the leadership of Argentina, have an online meeting with the presiding officer where we can share with you the parts of that document and discuss the panels and the topics we will discuss in June. Even taking into account the multi-stakeholder aspect. CG, UNCTAD, and others will be invited. So accumulate value in the conversation and hold that informal meeting that will allow us to move together to face the challenges that we will have to face as of 2025. Also regarding how urgent the 2025 agenda is. And this will also be discussed in the Summit of the Future. And also see what might happen in CGIF or UNCTAD or others. And take advantage of those synergies, because we want to build a new space intergovernmental. We have to incorporate the Caribbean that has been absent. They have been absent from the presiding officers, but we need to think which are the topics that are important for them, and the Latin American countries are solidary and cooperate with them as well. So ECLAC is at your service, at the service of the governments, and with the leadership of Argentina and the presiding officers meeting, we hope to have a very good meeting. And I conclude at 5:15, so we can congratulate each other. Thank you very much.
Entiendo que hay un café que nos espera a la salida, para el que quise.